We have finally arrived at the finish line. It is the 9th and final round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix second leg here in Kazakhstan. Goryachkina is still leading by a full point, but it is important to remember that this is a series after all, and your overall performance is super important. That's why players like Tan Zhongyi and Stavroula Tsolakidou will still be fighting to get a good result in the final round. Stavroula has shown complete consistency from the previous Grand Prix and this one. Can she keep it up? There's still going to be a lot of fighting chess today, exciting games, so stay tuned and follow the broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Hello everyone, today is the final day. It's round number 9 of the FIDE Women Grand Prix 2024-2025 in Shymkent, Kazakhstan. And today we will be seeing who is going to be the winner of this second leg here in Kazakhstan. I'm your host, Irene Sukandar, and I'm still joined by my co-commentator, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. Miro, how excited are you today?
Well, I wouldn't say excited, but I was thinking, in fact, like what are the feelings during the last round? Because as the commentator of a hard tournament, you think, okay, they'll be over, I'll get some rest. But also there is a little of a bitter feeling. It was a wonderful event, and you know, everything was perfect. The organizers took good care of us. So yeah, I'll be a bit sad when this tournament's done. But for now, round 9 is about to start. Very important round, because not even the winner is known yet. Goryachkina is in a huge lead, of course, but the last round will seal the deal, this way or another.
I'm totally with you on that. Yes, it's a mixture of feeling because we're entering the last day of the event, and let's remind ourselves who is the leaders of the tournament so far. Aleksandra Goryachkina, 1 point lead ahead of Tan Zhongyi, and Tan Zhongyi today will be taking on Tsolakidou, so they might be also competing for the second place right now.
Yeah, what's interesting, if you look closer, Goryachkina has her fate in her own hands, but Tan Zhongyi and Tsolakidou playing each other means that if Assaubayeva wins, she at least catches up and ties for the third, and possibly takes the third. Right, it's a very important game for Bibisara Assaubayeva as well.
Exactly, and we have in the midfield.
For the pairings, let's check. Salimova plays Goryachkina.
On the first board, yes.
Yep,
that is the game that we should be putting our attention more, and also on the game between Stavroula Tsolakidou versus Tan Zhongyi, because this is also another big game. And on the midfield there, we will have Bibisara Assaubayeva versus Munguntuul, who we know never make any draws. And we also have Elisabeth Paehtz versus Divya Deshmukh. This is her last chance. This is Elisabeth's last chance if she wants to make her first victory here in the second leg. And Kateryna Lagno will be playing with black pieces against Koneru. So this is also another match, like kind of like the more experienced board. Yeah,
Koneru, Lagno, I believe, like if you look 10 years back in the history of Grand Prix, that you'd find games between Koneru and Lagno. Yes, these are very experienced participants of FIDE Grand Prix circuit. Elisabeth Paehtz, yes, she would like to win her first game, but like big news after Munguntuul's yesterday's loss, technically Paehtz escapes the last place.
Yes.
So they are tied for the last, but Zoneburg-Berger is better for Elisabeth.
Speaking of tiebreaks like that, Miro, we were just checking before this, right? Technically, Goryachkina, regardless of her result today, she's gonna at least fight for the first place. But naturally, you would like to have the clear first place in order to get 18,000 euros of prize money and also 130 Women Grand Prix points.
Yeah, the Grand Prix points, I'd argue, are more important even than the money, because, well, at the end of the series, well, the one with the most points, of course, gets like a very nice bonus entering the candidates tournament.
Yes, and there you go. In the video we see they are getting ready to make their first move, which will happen in any minute right now. And just also a reminder, I'm just gonna say for the first 3 places, like we have 18,000 and then 13,000 and then 10,500. But the WGP points is there's a huge gap between these three places: 130 points, 105 points, and 85 points. Whereas after that, it's just 10 points difference. So yeah.
So that's important. What is also important, there won't be any tiebreak playoffs. In not very likely event that Goryachkina loses and Tan wins, so they're tied for the second, and then everything, despite any sort of coefficients and so on, everything is
Different,
shared equally.
Oh, shared
Everything's
equally,
shared
yes.
equally. So you get the equal Grand Prix points, and you get the money prize shared as well.
Equally as well, yes. And in the video we see Bibisara Assaubayeva, the local heroine, playing against Munguntuul Batkhuyag. I think we can also expect another decisive result here. If Munguntuul is on streaks to have all the decisive results from start to finish, then we can expect this one.
Well, D4?
I think D4, C6.
Or was it C4? I think it was C4.
C4,
Okay.
C6, yeah, it was C4, C6.
We'll see.
Okay, let's get to the chess. We have our liftoff and the first move starting to appear on the board.
Somewhat surprising to see Bibisara playing the Reti. Okay, this promises to be interesting. G2, G3. Well, sort of I think people used to call it Reti Gambit, because after D takes C4, White has difficulties, let's put it this, White has difficulties winning the pawn back. White doesn't mind it, it simply goes bishop G2, castle, later on either B3 or A4, queen C2, trying to win the pawn back, but yeah, it's a pawn, technically it's a pawn sacrifice on move 3.
Yeah.
By Bibisara Assaubayeva. Not a lot of information on the other games. D4, D5 in Salimova Goryachkina.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad to inform you, Miro. We will not see any Sicilian today.
Oh, well, that's perfectly fine with me. C4, E6 from Tan Zhongyi against Tsolakidou. So already G3, D5, bishop G2. I think Stavroula played it against the very same line she played against Kateryna Lagno.
Yeah.
Remember, and then she went with this like a hybrid
Like
Catalan with B3 and D4.
Double fianchetto. But okay, Tsolakidou is also a big player of Catalan herself. So we never know which one this can transpose, whether it can still be Catalan or like the double fianchetto, like what she played against Lagno, or anything else.
Paehtz with Divya, E4, C6, knight F3. That's my favorite line against the Caro-Kann.
Yeah, so Elisabeth Paehtz chose another variation against Caro-Kann. If you remember, when she played against Munguntuul, it was the knight C3 takes, and then with the not playing H5 in that variation. Yeah.
So the main line without H4 was the pawn on H4, so to speak. So now she gets knight F3. Well, it's not yet, let's say, it's not yet my favorite line, but it turns to be, yeah. So when I said my favorite line against the Caro-Kann, I meant this. D3, D4, D4, Queen D1, King D1, this endgame. Funny thing, when I've seen it for the first time, and I think it was, Grand Prix Open, like Goryachkina would play it with White, something like that, a few years back, and I thought, how bad how bad can it be so that you have to play D3 against the Caro-Kann? I had no idea it's actually quite a venomous system. Yeah, and the move G6 is actually, in my opinion, sort of clever. You shouldn't be accepting this endgame, even though it's perfectly fine. But like White wants to play the endgame, so just for for this contrarian take. No, I will not take on E4. I will not play the endgame on your terms.
Okay, so
E5, bishop G7, H3.
H3. Preventing bishop G4.
Yeah, stopping bishop G4, and here, as far as I know, they are not playing D4 quickly usually, but rather try to play it in spirit
like a King's Indian
spirit
setup,
of King's Indian attack style. So bishop F4 and so on. And finally, Koneru with Lagno. We have to check. Well, nothing to check here. It is a Queen's Gambit declined. there's a queen's gambit declined. There is a possibility to play bishop b4
Yeah.
and turn it into a Ragozin. I
It could
don't
be
think.
Karsbad. It could be still.
Yeah.
It's the crossroad right now.
Yeah, I don't think Kateryna is known to play the Ragozin. I think her normal move would be
Bishop e7,
Bishop
yeah.
e7.
Yeah, she already employed that variation for like at least 2 games in this tournament, where she just goes for the classical setup with bishop e7, knight bd7, b6, bishop b7, and so on. And last but not least, the leader of the tournament, Salimova versus Goryachkina.
Salimova versus Goryachkina.
We have a London here.
A London system. c5, e3, knight to c6, knight f3.
And now we'll see which one that Goryachkina will play. If she's just playing for some equal position, okay, knight f6 is a good start, yeah?
Yeah, I guess
That you can
do
turn it
play
to
knight
any
f6.
variation. You can play sharp there, you can play positional. Yeah, we'll see which one that she's gonna pick in this variation.
Yeah, from what I know, queen b6 is not yet recommended because of knight c3, right?
Yes, yeah,
I think that's the one.
you have to defend the d5 first.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. I think all the ladies also, they are very satisfied with all the everything here with the organizing team.
Yeah, that was a beautifully organized tournament, and
Yeah.
hopefully our players will express their gratitude during the closing ceremony, which I was told happens right after we are done with the games.
Yes, six hours after this.
Yeah, 7 p.m.
7
local
p.m.
time. Right, so it's once again it's a curious situation, because very often in the last round of a round robin, you have, well, some people who do not want to play chess, have no incentive to play chess. Like, the tournament went to bed, we are both tired, and so on and so on. Here, however, like, yeah, Salimova with Goryachkina, it's a long rivalry from the World Cup, you know. Goryachkina is the leader, so of course it will be a game. Assaubayeva is very motivated, as we said, to win, to climb on the podium, on the pedestal. Tsolakidou, Tan Zhongyi cannot be more important game than this, because, as you said, it decides the second place. And the difference between second and the third is huge.
It's
right?
20 points.
20 Grand Prix points, so that's very important as well. Paehtz, Divya, this could be kind of, but once again, you never know, because maybe Elisabeth Paehtz wants to score her first and only win in this tournament, so there is a chance this will be kind of played on and not like a,
Yeah, I have a few funny statistics, or maybe not so funny, but it's just like the only player who hasn't scored any win in this tournament is Elisabeth Paehtz, and the only player who hasn't scored any draws in this tournament is Munguntuul. So we have those two players.
And they're sharing the last place.
They're sharing the last place.
I guess winning is good, but also sometimes making draws is good.
Would you like?
Right.
I asked this to a few players. I have a mixed answers. So if you have 2 points, just like what Elisabeth and Munguntuul are having right now, would you like to have 4 draws, or would you like to have 2 wins? Which one would you prefer?
It's better not to be in this situation.
Of course.
I guess everything, like 1 win would be nice, but
1
also,
win and 2 draws. Yeah.
but also losing less games would be nice.
Yeah.
So it's tricky, right? Like, I mean, no, I'm dead serious on this one. Now that I'm thinking, because Elisabeth has less losses, but also
No wins.
haven't won a single game. Yeah, for Munguntuul, a couple of wins, but then a lot of losses. So like, I think if you force me to have only 2 points, that will be my answer. So I want 1 win and 2 draws.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Yeah.
Yeah. Having 2 points is not ideal, though. Right, I'm checking Bibisara's game against Munguntuul. G3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop f5, and an early queen b3 move. Yeah, it's possible. Queen b3, queen b6, if I'm not mistaken, this is what you can do, right? And once again, so if black captures here, then you take on b6. Black captures with the knight, then it's another story, and I perhaps have to mention this little trap.
Yes.
Pawn takes c6, and yeah, if black recaptures, then you take on b1. But after bishop e4, you have this
a7.
trick: rook a7, rook a7, c7,
Yeah.
and the pawn cannot be stopped.
Yeah, there was one. I mean, it's a famous trick, but there was one game, I guess, recently
yeah,
by
recently.
2700. I think it was Firouzja or somebody like around his level.
Wait, so queen b6, d2, d3, and that's the line I've tried to play with white. So basically the point is you want to go bishop e3 and force black to take some action.
Yeah.
Well, namely trade on b3. So say after black goes e6, for instance, you go bishop e3, and then while you might consider going to a6, that's not impossible. Queen c7 is usually not great in such situations because this queen will be under the scope of white's rook after, say, knight c3 and rook c1. So some annoyance starts. Or after e6, bishop e3, you can take on b3. And this line actually has some theory here. I believe, yeah, a6 is possible. If I'm not mistaken, knight d7 is possible, strangely. Because if you take, I don't think b6 is great because knight d4, but what you do is like check, castle short, you quickly go rook a8, and somehow this pawn is not very important.
I see. Yeah, that's such a nice theory there.
Okay, so at least this one, despite starting knight f3, g3, and so on, is still sort of a theoretical discussion because back in the day, you'd be laughed upon when you play knight f3, g3, bishop g2. Okay, this guy doesn't want to study theory, just plays random moves. Now people understand that even here, it is of great importance to know your lines, to know what position you're aiming at, and so on and so forth. Goryachkina, by the way, has played bishop g4.
Yeah, I was about to mention that, but I was so mesmerized by your theory explanation. No, I'm learning something.
Do we know there's something here?
Yes.
Because
usually,
this is the most principle in my
yeah,
understanding.
but usually this move comes after knight f6. So it might be transposition though, but this allows immediate c3, I guess, with the idea. Okay, I'll show you one nice trick here. Yeah, let's say we play c3, and then let's say we play knight f6. Yeah, and then this famous like Grunfeld type of trick like queen a4 or knight bd2, e6. Let's say okay, queen a4 right now, and then let's say you play bishop e7, and then bishop a6 comes.
Bishop a6.
Something like that. And then queen c8, knight e5 is there.
Knight e5.
And bishop f3 is bishop b7 first. So, yeah, so there's this nice little trick which, can easily defend it, of course, but it's very important knowing this trick, especially if you play in the blitz, because every move comes very fast. Yeah. But other than that, bishop g4 is a bit quite harmless.
Can you play queen b6 here?
You can, but now d5 is and I think queen b3.
Queen b3, and again, I do not have like much of a knowledge about this position. Bishop f3 is, and again, like let's say after c4, queen c2, very often you would have the knight on f6 and the bishop on c8, and then this bishop f5 move sometimes works.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
with knight on g8 is a little bit different, so I'm not sure what exactly. Well, c takes d4. C takes d4, in fact, is a very, very good solution here. Because what you get, it's either exchanged Slav where white allowed you to play bishop g4,
or exchange
Caro-Kann, should be harmless, or I don't know if it's you could
kind
say
of like a Caro-Kann type of position.
To me, it looks, to be honest, like the best fit would be to say that this is a queen's gambit decline, the Kasbat variation, with colors reversed, right?
Yeah, with the bishop already on g4, yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
it happens, yeah.
Yeah,
so
you could. Of course, reach this one from the exchange Caro-Kann, but then again, the white is trying to avoid it, right? White goes bishop
d3.
If we are talking exchange Caro-Kann, let's create this one. Okay, the move order will be off, but yeah, and then white doesn't play knight f3, right? So what they do is bishop d3, knight c6, c3, and they're actually kind of speculating on this bishop not being very comfortable to develop. Yeah, and after knight f6, the old theory was h3. Now, somewhat more of a London would be to go here,
Bishop f4.
and then after bishop g4, I think knight e2 is one move. Also, queen b3.
Queen b3, yes.
So this seems to be like a very comfortable setup for black. e6, you know, bishop d6, possibly knight goes to e7, and knowing that Goryachkina only needs a draw to seal the tournament win, I will not be surprised that after, say, h3, she plays in somewhat of a primitive fashion, just take on f3, you know, go bishop d6, exchange more minor pieces. It is very, very solid position.
And e6 is on the board. Yes, I think you want to, I mean, in many of the variations, you just have to challenge the bishop on f4 with bishop d6. And actually, this is the case as well. Also, when the b7 is under attack, sometimes you also just give it up. I'm not sure in this position though. Probably knight bd2 first, knight f6, queen b3, and then bishop d6. Something like that.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to try it one move earlier, because I don't quite get it. So bishop f3, can I take b7? Because otherwise, queen b3 is just a bad move if you have to recapture g takes. But maybe I can take b7, because this guy is hanging, and I don't have knight f6 yet.
Yeah, there's a check as well.
Because the line you were talking about was exactly this. Yeah, knight d2, here, and
bishop d6.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, queen b7, bishop f4 takes, and then king f8. Something.
No, maybe you castle. Maybe you castle. I mean, you can get the same position but with the castle. Yeah, queen c6, bishop f4, or bishop d6, queen d6, and then rook b8 comes. Yeah, I remember that there were games in this line for sure. e6. Salimova was going to be spending some time here. Assaubayeva, Munguntuul, knight b d7 is played, so we are waiting for white to play her next move, be it bishop e3 or pretty much anything else. So Tsolakidou with Tan Zhongyi, we only checked like first couple of moves. Wow.
This is like the reverse Benoni setup.
Yeah, bishop g2, and black played d4. And this is the story that I keep repeating every other tournament I am covering, because I was a big Reti player, so like half of my games would start with knight f3, you know, and we were playing, I think it was in Iran, it was kind of stars of the, stars, I don't consider myself a star, but anyway, the tournament was named like young Iranian players, and it would be like 12-year-old or 13-year-old Firuja, and there would be Maksudlu, and so on, and some grandmasters 2650, let's say, in average from the rest of the world. And I had a game which I eventually won, and I was talking to Nigel Short, and saying, like, look at my beautiful position. It's like, it's a Benoni with 2 tempi up. And he was like, why are you bragging about it? It's still a Benoni. And then I go to my room and I check, and he was spot on right, because it was, despite that I thought, yeah, that's such a brilliant position, black was better in our game. So why I'm saying all that it does look like a Benoni 2 tempi up for white, because black played e6 and then e5, right? But still it should be a comfortable position for black. And to be honest, especially with this knight d2 move, because it makes it hard for you to go e3, and it makes it hard for you to go for b4.
Yeah, it's a bit curious decision there, yeah? Because usually you would like to keep the knight on b1 first and then try to do something either on the center or on the queen side and decide later where the knight goes. But here, Stavroula is going straight to knight d2, knight b3.
Knight b3 is a surprising move.
Yep.
Knight b3 is a surprising move, because, yeah, it's not very often you see the knight on b3 in the Benoni.
It must be, of course, a preparation, because otherwise this like violating the principle of this type of structure. So where
Yeah,
does
but what do you do? Like
Bishop E7 is on the board.
E7 or A7?
E7.
Yeah, because I was thinking Bishop A7 would also be possible, so that you control E3. But yeah, after Bishop E7, E3, A4, I don't see a move for white. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe you somehow
Sacrifice.
come up with some crazy piece sacrifice, but it just isn't there. Just isn't there. So that means after Bishop E7, the
A4.
plan is different. A4.
Yeah, you want to
Whoa.
play E3, but you're stopping A4 first. I think.
Whoa, but this is like if I've ever seen, you know, dark square weaknesses, these are the ones. The B4 square is completely under black's control.
So what do we do here if we are playing with black? The knight goes to F6. Is it a move? Okay.
Yeah, like you
And then Bishop G5.
I
maybe?
don't think there is any problem in going knight C6. But wait, what? Bishop G5? You promised to play E3.
Oh
no?
yeah, E3.
Maybe E3 is what you. Maybe E3 is what you want.
Miro, a promise is made to be broken.
Yeah, fair enough. Take stakes, and I think black is perfectly fine if it simply castles. But I was thinking, can black be even more ambitious and go bishop f5, so that after e3 or e4 doesn't matter, we take d3.
Also, looking at your bishop f5 move, please, I have little knowledge about this righty setup. Can I try as black to go for long castle? Since there is already an outpost on b4, maybe
Yeah, I guess.
black is a little bit safer there.
I guess, like queen
D7.
again, if you get enough time, something like queen d7 long castle,
And then
so
push
that
all the
you're
pawns, yeah.
lining on the d file, and it's almost impossible for white to go e3 or e4. So the only worry that I have after bishop d3 is after bishop f5 is that something like that would actually be a serious compensation for white, like especially after bishop takes, you know, like rook here.
But
maybe
c4 is hanging?
bishop c4, yeah. And I
Two
wasn't
pawns.
sure. Yeah, I know. But the knight on g8, right? Maybe knight back to d2, or this knight to d2. Bishop d5, though. Yeah, maybe it's not enough. Like, there is some potential for jumping with white, yeah. And originally I was planning queen c2. And I think if after queen c2 you have to move or trade,
But there's queen d3,
then it's
yeah?
great. Yeah, but there is queen d3 where I have to trade... the pieces, and this is something I'm not very happy with, even though even here, like some knight e5s could be the case, like say I go bishop c5.
Maybe it's time to do the castle now.
But
yeah?
you go f6 or you go castle long. No. It's very speculative, this two pawn sacrifice.
I like your bishop f5 move, really. Now, when I'm looking at it and I have the potential of doing the long castle, I'm naturally
Yeah.
an attacker, Miro, so I just
Yeah.
want to do this.
But also, it's not clear, like if e3 doesn't work immediately, white has to play some really awkward moves to prepare it. Like, what do you do? Knight e1 to play e3 or what? Yes, it's very critical for white to try to play e3 and like go for these complications. Because, yeah, otherwise black just like develops somehow and stands better. So yeah, that's a good question, but also yeah, nothing wrong with
Nothing wrong with
simply
that
going
f6,
knight
yeah.
f6 and taking on e3. There's also another debate after say e3, can black castle and play this position? Because you still have your b4 outpost, right? d4 is safe for now, but sometimes in these positions d4 can become a target later on. So I'm just like not sure how white's supposed to do it. Yeah, maybe this one's also fine. Maybe you don't take e3, like go knight f6 and just castle.
Yeah, I'm very curious on what Tsolakidou has already prepared here, because almost in every lines that we saw, black is just very comfortable.
Yeah, black does absolutely fine. All right, so shall we check? Yeah, Elisabeth Paehtz with Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah, I was about to mention this game that Elisabeth was trying, or at least it's an attempt to switch this position to be Sicilian. Should black play anything else like knight c6, for example, and then we'll see this second move g6 in the Sicilian with the Alapin
D4,
approach.
yeah.
But d4 now we don't have the Sicilian anymore.
D4, it's more of Again, more of some sort of King's Indian attack type of thing. I'm actually surprised with c3, to be honest, because, well, if you play g3, bishop g2, though, e5 is in danger, right? Knight c6 and so on. And if, let's say, you play g3, then playing the King's Indian attack position, you've also lost the tempo. And you've lost the tempo on h3, because later on, if you guys know, if you're familiar with what I'm talking about, later on, white goes h4, right?
Yeah.
h4, knight d2, and so on. Yes, so h3 would probably be a waste of time if you're trying to switch the deadline. Over here, yeah, like white is one illegal move from a very good position. If I'm allowed to play bishop c4, I'm so happy with white's position. With the bishop on f1, of course, it's not great.
So I think naturally this bishop will have to develop to g2, yeah?
Yeah, so now you want to develop to g2, but then the question is, what do you do? What do you do in the center? Do you take on d4?
Or do you push it, or you just ignore it, yeah?
Yeah, the feeling is like c4 is probably too slow, because
Knight
you
c6.
still have e5 pawn, yes, so black will attack it with whatever he has. C takes g3. Among other things, allows bishop takes e5, right? Because, yeah, sometimes you're worried about this check, but there is bishop d7 with the tempo. And knight e5, of course, there is a
Queen
check from
a5.
a5 and then pick the knight. So, yeah, this could be... What's interesting, the engine, though, suggests that white is slightly better already, which is not very informative on move 6, usually, but that means white is not losing the e5 pawn, white is not in trouble. Yeah, so white should just like develop somehow. Maybe you take and just go bishop f4 and knight d2, and you have this c4 square, and the bishop modestly develops to e2, and then we'll see later what to do with it.
Can I suggest a crazy move?
Sure.
b4?
b4. Yeah, okay, so if black takes here, you want to take d4, right?
And then...
Well, if you're holding it, maybe it's playable, but
it looks like it's...
like knight c6, bishop b2,
yeah, bishop b2.
or bishop b3,
bishop
b2.
b2.
But then, yeah,
I have knight
b6
d2. Yeah, you have
that's
this
a tricky.
post.
It's a tricky position. I agree, because you also have an outpost here or here. Knight d5, you go knight d6 check. After this castle, no, knight f6 probably not a great move. Yeah, so it'd be very, 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 very sharp strategically, which you would expect, because white has two backward double pawns, but also fantastic outpost on d6. Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe knight f5 is a big problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, g3.
g3 happens, which is very principled and natural anyway.
g3, so not allowing this bishop e5 tactic, but also developing the pieces. So let's assume knight c6. The question is, how are we dealing with the defense of this pawn? Guess it's gotta be bishop f4, maybe?
I think it's queen e2 first, yeah?
It could be queen e2, yeah.
And then, yeah, I mean, you always have this idea with queen e2, bishop f4, just like the King's Indian attack.
Yeah, it's also tricky because black knight is left on g8, and knight h6, white could consider going g4. I mean, I'm not suggesting knight f6 here. I mean, they're just looking for the routes for this knight to be developed, right? So knight h6 later on, maybe after you take this one, but still white could consider going g4, and then the knight on h6 is not doing much. And if you try to develop it like this, like going e6, knight e7, then these are weak, right? So eventually white's going to go knight d2, c4, or maybe knight a3, and then you have b5 and c4 squares. So black's position is also not perfectly comfortable. Anyway, Anyway, G3, very original and very, very interesting game to watch. Koneru with Lagno.
Yeah, we haven't touched it in a while.
Well, this one is a very long theoretical line, if I'm not mistaken. D takes c4, e3, a6. So it's a transposition to Queen's Gambit accepted, right? And wait, and this line, I'm confused nowadays, because back in the day I remember there was an advice not to develop the knight on c3 early in Queen's Gambit accepted, but yeah, maybe something has changed. Queen e2, cd4, rook d1. This was also played a lot at some point. I think bishop d7, queen c7 are the moves, but e5, yeah, looks like a bit of preparation and very forcing one. So black for now tries to keep the pawn defended. I think you can win it back by temporarily sacrificing the horsey and then go queen e5, right? So the bishop's pinned, there is nothing to defend this guy.
Yeah, it looks like a prep. And there's already e takes d4. Yeah, I think we're gonna see this.
Yeah, queen e5,
variation.
but I'm guessing like castles, rook d4, this could be like all prepped. Rook d4, I wonder if queen b6 is possible. Probably not. Queen b6. I don't like a5 after queen b6. Because carrying queen e8, queen a8, you're still somewhat more passive. I don't know, it could be still a theoretical line, of course. Okay, we'll see. So e takes d4 played. I don't think black has any other moves.
Yeah, black already took the d4 pawn.
E d4, yeah. So now black is not threatening to take, so theoretically you could play some other move, but black will castle eventually. So I think taking advantage of the fact that king is not castled and there is a pin, maybe you take d4 straight up.
Also, you can choose to do it differently, yeah? Like knight e5 here. Or maybe not.
It's
just castle.
No, you can, but it's well, it's a different version of the same, because it was a knight on d4 that you were taking with the next move. Now it's a pawn, but you still have to take it, right?
So knight d4, yes. Koneru
knight takes d4.
Took the pawn.
Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Yeah, I'm almost sure that there is some line, there is some way black just like equalizes, but we'll see. Yeah.
Or maybe also in this position queen d6.
Yeah, after
instead
queen
of
e5,
castle.
you can go queen d6. So you're trading the queens very likely, right? Now
queen e5 is on the board, by the way, yeah. So yeah, I think
queen d6, and then if I take d4, you take everything,
and then we can move on to the next game.
And you can go bishop e6, and you can say, I've seen you've done it against Goryachkina, the pawn on e6, and then you go king f7, rook c8, rook d8. Yeah, this is very solid. This is very solid. So let's just wait for like one more move from Kateryna after queen e5. Because after castles, rook d4, it can be a bit uncomfortable still, right? Knight d7.
Yeah, they're delaying the bishop on c8 to move out. Yeah, it's a bit awkward there. I think it's better to, of course.
Yeah, like if queen d6 works, then of course you go queen d6.
I was thinking some other crazy move, but I don't think it's working. Like after it takes the rook d4, there's knight g4. But queen d6 is on the board.
Rook d4.
Knight g4.
Knight g4, yeah, it might work,
but it's a bit too risky too. Like if
no, it doesn't work. You know why doesn't it work? Because bishop f7. Then if you take with the rook, the queen gone with a check. If you take with the king, I thought, queen h5.
Yep.
Queen h5, if g6, queen h7. So bishop f7 would win a pawn in this case. Black would have to go king h8.
Yeah, so Lagno just played queen d6 and
Queen d6, yeah, looks like a prep, looks like a very, very solid position for Kateryna Lagno, and we can move on
to Bibisara and
Yep, let's check
Munguntuul.
Bibisara and Munguntuul. Alrighty, after knight bd7, bishop e3 was played, and interestingly, black captured c4 with the pawn here. D takes, queen b3, a b3. Interesting. So, computer likes black. However, there is still potential for some, for some problems on the queen side, even though, yeah, you would probably prefer to have the pawns on d3 and d5. So it's a well-timed exchange on c4 then by Munguntuul.
And she already played the next move, by the way. It's e5. After all the captures.
e5.
So a7 is not
You
hanging.
cannot take because the knight is still hanging on b1, but you can get knight c3.
And maybe this is the time for bishop to go to c5? No, e5 is hanging. But
You
b3
can.
is
There'll
hanging
be
too.
b3 hanging.
Yeah.
So
Why not then?
bishop c5. Well, white can attempt to do this, but then you take e3,
and take
knight
f2.
d7, and you take f2, and yeah, white's not happy for sure. So bishop c5, yeah, bishop takes, knight takes, maybe b4 here. I actually like the way it looks for white, because now knight b3, rook a3, white's happy.
No, hang on, there's knight d4.
But
If you do that.
e5 is hanging. Right?
Knight c2.
Yeah, I see. Knight d4. Ah, yeah, and you're saying like if I take d4, okay, castle maybe. Potentially rook a1. I understand it's knight c2 here, but yeah, after castle once again e5 is hanging. So it might work, but also what's the reason like not to play a6, plain and simple, and then go maybe bishop b4 or bishop d6, king e7. So kind of you don't have to rush with all those tricks, even though they might work. Well, Munguntuul seemingly got a good position, but she has started to spend the time already, while Bibisara might be still in some sort of a theory. So Tsolakidou has played knight e1 after bishop f5.
So Tan played your move
Bishop
there,
f5,
bishop f5.
yeah, the kind of prophylactical move against e4, and Tsolakidou has played knight e1. I don't like the way it looks for white. Let's just go here, right? Well, you know what? After knight e1, I'm very tempted to suggest this.
Yeah.
Like combining your idea of long castle, because there is a plan with attack on this king. I'm just not sure if we need to castle for this, because strangely it might be that like some king f8, if you need to touch the king at all, maybe king f8, but h5 in order to open the h file makes white's position even kind of less pleasant. I don't know if white has to react by going h4 herself, or maybe e3 and just like playing it this way. Takes. This could be a fun idea. Like computer taught us that any
move
pretty much
possible.
in any position you can push your rook pawn, and it's a clever move, right? So maybe h5, but it's a bit of a craziness, of course. Like if you want to be reasonable, you just go knight f6 and you go on like that. I wonder if white wants to play f4 in these positions and not e3. That could be an idea, just realized. So you go knight e1, you go f4, and then maybe go back to f3, and you try to exchange this pawn and put some pressure on the d4 pawn. Yeah, maybe still not as bad for white, but nah, I don't like it. Don't like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite a long strategical battle here. Would you like to switch to Goryachkina's game?
Yeah, let's check Goryachkina again. Ah, it's very, very simplistic. Knight b d2, bishop d6, bishop d3, so white's not even like trying very seriously. Castles, bishop h5, rook e1. I guess, like since she played bishop h5, bishop g6 has to be the move. Well, one thing you could debate doing is going for, you know, f6 e5 plan. I don't know if f6 is a great move right now. Now maybe you still kind of castle and so on. But in principle, f6, bishop returns to f7, and then going for e5, which sometimes referred to as Botvinnik plan. Once again, with colors reversed, with knight g2 calls. But
Or, if you would like to be a bit original, we can start with g5 here.
g5 I thought of, but there's still knight e5, right? So a move like queen b3 seemed a bit annoying to me, because now g4...
And now, I mean, I'm going to play f6.
To do it this way and be fine.
Rook b8.
Be fine dropping this pawn, right? Because there's also g4 where I have to go to h4. I feel like it's very risky, but
It is,
I don't
it
know,
is.
it might work.
I think, I mean, it's
C4
not an
usually.
ideal line if, I mean, judging from the tournament situation for
Yeah,
Goryachkina,
Goryachkina doesn't
yeah.
have to do it
Yeah.
at all, right. I won't
Only-
be surprised if she goes bishop g6, like
Yes.
carefully exchanges all the pieces.
Only if she has to win, then she might think of such a move. But yeah, bishop g6, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, okay. So a bit of a quiet moment at the end of the first hour of round 9. Well, it's calm before the storm, though, let's say in the game of Tsolakidou and Tan, because it's a very, 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 very unorthodox position. let's put it this way. So far, my favorite game of today's round, this one. I do not like what white is doing, but also it makes it very, very entertaining.
Yeah. It's quite an original ideas by Tsolakidou here. Knight f6 is on the board.
Yeah, Black has played knight f6. That's what I thought. Yeah, like h5 is a thing in itself, but knight f6 I thought is helpful. For instance, in the case of f4, you just don't have to think. You can push the pawn, and it's just great. So f4 is not an idea at all, it seems, after knight f6. So e3, black can castle.
What?
I wonder if e4 is a better version of e3. Like, does black have to take on e3? Because if black is forced to go en passant, d takes e3, then you just force black to take, right? I don't know how happy you are about this position, right? But it's not impossible that bishop goes away, and maybe goes to g4, f3, bishop h5, like they do sometimes in the King's Indian. And your kingside, or our kingside, queenside, pardon. Kingside's fine, but queenside looks awful with a4, c4, with this hole on b4. So strangely, I'm not even sure that after doing all the preparation, we are still happy with e2, e3.
Or could it be getting the knight on e1 somewhere? Like...
Knight c2.
Yeah, but I don't know where to go after that.
Well, let's say go knight c2, castles, go rook e1.
Yeah, like
So
playing
ultimately what
slowly.
you want is e3, pawn takes knight e3, and to meet bishop d3 with some jump to d5, yeah? Sacrifice the pawn like this and like have inactive pieces. But I'm afraid like black's gonna play e4 in one day. Or after knight c2, maybe now it's time for h5,
Bishop g5.
h4, I'm very brave. I don't know. At somebody's expense, I'm very brave. It's not my pieces, so I'm allowed to sacrifice it. Well, and I'm not sure even if I'm sacrificing a piece. The original plan was to wait for bishop takes and then maybe go knight g4. takes, the h pawn is hanging, you know,
So
after
h3,
knight f6, the h pawn is hanging again, and I'm switching to your plan of
and after
castle
g4, just sacrifice or what?
after g4, no, I
Maybe
thought,
sacrifice.
oh, well, maybe, yeah, well, g4 knight takes, by the
And
way,
then queen
and
h4.
queen h4, yeah.
But
Before
is it losing?
g4 is too
f3
much.
is there?
Oh, well, you do have f3, that's correct.
And queen e1.
f3 is there. Losing.
No, it's drawing. It's at least you have.
I do have a
draw.
draw. That,
Yeah.
That's a good thing to know. I do have a draw with queen h4, queen. Okay, but again, even though Tan would like to win, you know what? On the other hand, like if Goryachkina makes her draw, or let's say now Tan looks at Goryachkina's game and sees that like there is no problem, she's very solid, then maybe she doesn't have to play for a win at all cost, because a draw makes she's clear second, right? So even with the win, she doesn't catch Goryachkina. Draw means she's clear second because she holds back Stavroula, and in case she loses, then everything is upside down, because not only Stavroula bypasses her, but also Assaubayeva can catch up with her. So yeah, a loss would be a disaster for Tan Zhongyi, and that's why she has to keep it reasonable. We are allowed to sacrifice her pieces. She's, well, less so, only if it's good. Okay, so some developments in Paehtz versus Divya. Relatively slow development of this game. G3, knight c6, queen e2. Also very original positions. So there's not a lot of surprise that players take their time.
Yep. Almost no move from Divya for like 15 minutes after queen e2.
Yeah, so I think the clock display is not accurate, right? She must have less.
No, yeah,
she must have less time.
She has like just an hour right now. Yeah, in the game between Kateryna Lagno, they already traded the queens, and I think nothing much happening there. Looks like it's just a
like
straight draws.
Opening line, which is like very much simplifies everything.
Can we quickly see that, please? Kateryna Lagno.
I wanted to wait for a move from Divya, but she's not planning to.
She's not moving anything.
She's not planning to. Yeah. One thing I know it looks terrible, but
F6.
interestingly, sometimes, yeah. Once again, let's pretend white takes, black takes. I know this is a fantastic square, right? But there are positions, surprisingly, when it turns out you cannot fit all of your pieces on this square. Like white would have this knight opting for this square, and then the other knight opting for this square, and also you would like the square for the bishop, and so on. So if black doesn't trade and goes like knight d5, you know, e5, and so it can be, even this can be an interesting attempt. Otherwise, yeah, like you can play e6, knight e7. You could consider going bishop e6 maybe, in order to put it on d5, but then white is likely to play c4. Okay, let Divya decide, right?
Let her think.
Koneru with Lagno. Not that there we have a lot of developments. After rook d4, Lagno did not play bishop e6, but went for bishop to c5, rook d1,
And
castles, bishop g5. Can it be a bit unpleasant?
If there is no knight on c3, there could be a tactic, but now maybe knight goes to g4?
Yeah, but thinking, can it actually be somewhat unpleasant for black?
Yeah.
Knight e4, I guess we are dropping the bishop back, and then some
h3,
h3,
knight e5.
knight e5, bishop d5 possibly.
So maybe black shouldn't react to bishop g5 and then just continue developing the pieces.
One thing would be to still go like bishop e6, but then I wonder what's that. Guess you just take with the pawn and you're fine.
taking with the rook, knight
Taking
e4,
with the rook, knight e4, rook f5.
rook d7 is there, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I believe, once again, computers say it's absolutely equal, but somehow in human nature to avoid stuff like that with such a fantastic knight on e4. Yeah, all I'm arguing about is that bishop e6 seems much safer.
What about, since the f2 pawn is pinned, bishop g4? Using
Bishop
this
g4,
tempo.
attack the rook. Yeah, could do it. And now,
You cannot.
again, moving to the e1 square. Maybe I can go to e1, because I thought rook d2. Yeah, rook d2 is also fine, by the way. Yeah, rook d2 is also fine.
And I don't know, some rook moves like rook c8 or rook e8. Oh, bishop e6 is on the board, by the way.
I somehow would like to avoid getting this structure. I understand it's not much. I understand black has to be perfectly fine, but still, like, why to have double pawns if you're not forced to? Bishop e6.
So we saw one line after bishop e6 was that taking on e6.
Yeah, takes
and
on
then
e6.
taking the
Then
knight.
I'm guessing like knight g4 is too much of an annoying threat, so that you take the knight.
And you have to take with the pawn, yeah?
I'm thinking takes with the pawn. Yeah, knight
This
e4.
looks solid.
And
Bishop b6 or bishop a7, yeah?
maybe bishop to a7, because bishop b6 there is no
Right,
rook
rook
d6.
d6.
It could still be like black is not perfectly coordinated. Like king f7, rook d8, I would say black can easily be better, right?
But it's
but
a bit
it's
hard.
impossible. King d7, there is rook d7. Right?
Or you have to throw in
This
f5
one.
first, actually.
f5.
I mean, now.
After, yeah, it's white to move. Yeah, let's not forget. So move like rook d6 could be annoying, or rook d7 and rook d1, and yeah. I mean, it's never. Let's say it's never much for white. The black always has to have like some counterplay at least, but also it feels like it's never equal. It's never fully equal.
Or probably in the position after knight e4, play rook c8.
Yeah, maybe you don't value this bishop
Yes.
too much. Yeah, maybe you just play rook c8. So after that though, can you play rook f7?
Yeah,
you can.
You
right?
can, because there is also some problem in the back rank. You can't easily play rook a d1, I guess.
Yeah. So to mention, exchange on f7 and go rook c1 doesn't work because of bishop f2 check, right? Going rook d1, I think you can, but
f5 first. I don't know. I was thinking of taking on d7, but there is knight f6, knight d7 too.
oh yeah, we'll see. We'll see. For now, Koneru captures on e6.
On e6, okay, fe6.
fe6 comes automatically, and then, well, I'm thinking technically you could play h3. I don't necessarily see. No, well, bishop f2. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Bishop f2, king f2, and it is a double check and double attack. It's a double check, and also it's an attack on the bishop on g5. Yeah, so there's no way white's not capturing f6. Well, there is a way. You can go bishop e3 and offer a draw to make everything symmetrical, just to have this tournament finished for you, which, by the way, quite possibly both players would not mind.
Yeah, it's they're in the midfield right now, and yeah, it's a bit hard to catch up with the leaders, so probably a draw would be a fair result here. fe6 is already on the board, and yeah, h3 I like it. Bishop f6 as well, or bishop e3, but I don't think it's in Koneru's style to play bishop e3.
No, that's somewhat of a. You're begging for a draw after bishop e3, kind of. Yeah. I just want everything to be symmetrical. Please exchange. No, you don't have to do it. Bishop f6 actually gives you a slight chance to get an advantage. So, yep. Bishop f6. That should be.
Yeah, I was looking at other games, and it seems like today it's a slow opening games in all of the boards here. So let's take our first break and let the players think for more in order to get to an exciting
Yeah.
middle game.
Okay, so summarizing first hour, I guess Koneru Lagno is likely to peter out to a draw. Okay, it's not a draw yet, but already
It's the most
simplified.
equal
Yeah,
game in this round.
all the rest is like very intriguing. Even Assaubayeva Munguntuul, which is the end game, is still
No, it's
very,
still
very
a
interesting.
lot of tricks there. Yeah.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. I guess we are not getting the break.
We are here with Nurgyul Salimova, who scored the only victory of the day. Congratulations. Tell us a bit about the game.
Thank you. Till some point it was a pretty cool game, I would say. It was more comfortable for me. The opening went well for me today. And yeah, it all looked calm till she played some move c4 and entered the rook endgame, which in the time trouble I was not sure what's the evaluation, but later, like luckily it was like around 48 moves, so I spent some time and tried to create some problems, and luckily managed to create. She could save, but it was not easy to find. So yes, I'm happy with my first win here.
And Munguntuul actually had her second white in a row, and she played this exact same line yesterday against Goryachkina. Were you aware of that during the game?
Yeah, of course. I was very surprised that she repeated like everything same, and I changed actually with rook c8 instead of f4, I think. And she was playing very confidently and just repeating everything, and I was the one who forgot. So I played something else, but okay, it's just I think already a pleasant position for black, so it's not very critical. I think what's the exact move, and yes, it just went well.
So you knew about f4, you forgot about Goryachkina's f4 yesterday, and this is why you strayed with rook c8.
No, I remembered f4. I didn't remember what was after that. I remembered f4, but since she just looked extremely confident, I also didn't want to play f4, and I knew that it's not the only move, and I just found something and something else.
And you've been playing in all kinds of top events this year and last year. How does preparation differ from other events compared to Grand Prix?
Well, only candidates was different, I think, because I prepare more or less the same for all tournaments, for all my games. Actually, of course, here I am with the coach, so that's different. And candidates, okay, you start preparation a few months before, you know all your opponents' colors, everything. So it's a bit different. But this one, well, I think it's important to have someone, a supporter, to check the lines and be there when you are losing games. So I think this is the critical thing, that most of the open tournaments, for example, you go alone, you can go alone. But here I think it's more tricky. Yeah, that's probably not the only, but the big difference.
And it's an interesting point about the candidates, because you have a few of your candidates' opponents here, Humpy, Lagno, Goryachkina. How has it been facing them again all these months later?
Well, I'm used to facing them now. Of course, it's always very exciting playing against them. It's like they're top players forever, always. So it's a challenge. Against Lagno, I also played in Global Chess League like 1 month ago. So also in Astana a few months ago, FIDE World Rapid Team Blitz. Yes, so yes, we have many games this year. And well, each game is different, and new challenge, new preparation.
They're playing in these elite women's events. What would you like to see for the future of women's chess?
More tournaments for sure, but not only for top female players, but also for top talents, young girls. Like I don't think you need to reach a certain level at a very young age. Let's say at 14, you don't need to be 2400 to be getting some conditions and invitations. I think young talents, not only girls, of course, just young talents should be supported. I don't know if only by federations or just in general by organizers.
Thank you so much, Nurgyul. One round left. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Round 8 just ended, and we're here with Divya Deshmukh and Stavroula Tsolakidou, who just played an almost 5-hour game, drawing the game. Ladies, let's talk a little bit about the opening. Divya, you practically blitzed out the first 20 moves. Stavroula, you got into some time trouble. Did prep come on the board?
Yeah, I think I was in my prep till around move 21, and after that it just went downhill.
There was this interesting position, the critical one with d4. So now, Stavroula, you spent 20 minutes on this move. Tell me what your thoughts were.
Well, first of all, I haven't checked this recently at all, so I think it was the wrong decision of me to enter this anyways. So bishop takes b1 seemed quite risky to me, especially if I don't know the line too well, because d takes c5, the position opens up. I understand it's objectively the best, but I guess I wanted to avoid all her theory. Well, but then I got, and bishop takes f3 seemed less risky.
Yeah.
Of course, I got a worse endgame, and it was quite hard, but probably bishop e2 was not such a good move, and then maybe I was playing for the win at some point. Yeah. Which was unexpected.
And Divya, after d4, were you hoping for bishop takes b1? How well were you into this line?
I was okay either ways. Bishop b1, I was trying to remember my prep, but I think I was quite comfortable.
And then the rest of the game was also quite crazy. It seemed drawish, but actually black missed a few chances. You had multiple advantages. So tell me about how it played out.
Yeah, I think I had an advantage at several points. I don't know about the endgame though. Maybe I had a better way of playing. Yeah. Earlier also I didn't have to give away d5. I think I could have kept it and then maybe I had a better chance. Yeah, a lot of things happened. So right now my brain is a bit foggy.
Of course, after such a long game. And for you, Divya, remarks on the rest of the game?
Okay, after my prep ended, it just started going down and down and down. I think at some point I should be okay. I didn't know how to push for a win, but I knew that practically it's fine, but then I spent too much time. I had like 1 hour up after the opening, and then I just started thinking, which was really stupid.
Thinking in a chess game, that's
not good. So yeah, after that, I got into time trouble, and at one point, after having 1 hour up, I was lower than her in time. That's just ridiculous. And then I got into a worse position, so nothing was going my way, but okay, I got lucky with the endgame. I think at some point she should try to push like the pawns earlier, faster,
Yeah. And then about this tournament, both of you, it's your first Grand Prix series, of course. So we're nearing the end of the second leg. Thoughts, how has this experience been? What have you learned the most?
Well, it's a very nice tournament to be able to play. Of course, it's very stressful, and every round is very hard. So I'm looking forward to having some rest after this tournament. But yeah, no, I'm very glad I'm playing here, and my tournaments are going quite well so far.
So far, it could have been better, it could have been worse, but since it's the first elite tournament that I'm playing, I think I'm trying to manage the highs and the lows, and it's definitely tough, but I think it's been good.
And of course, as two of the younger participants of this event, what message do you have for young girls looking up to you?
Well, first of all, she's much younger than me. Okay, now we keep all right, so, well, I would tell them to enjoy the game. Yeah, first and foremost, no matter the result, and of course work hard, that's important also. But yeah, play as many tournaments as you can to practice.
And you, Divya?
I think the most important would not be intimidated by strong opponents. That's something that happened to me in the start, and I was playing a lot slower and overthinking all my moves. But I think after I understood that they're as human as us, so I think that's the most important thing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, ladies. And we're on the final stretch now. One more game to go. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Today is the most important day of the tournament because today we will see who is going to be the winner of the second leg of this FIDE Grand Prix 2024-2025. And as we were taking a break, we took a look at some of the games, and let's go to the game between Koneru versus Lagno because, well, I don't know what to say. It's according to our prediction. It's
we
simply
know,
Vite.
we know it's not for nothing they hire us as the commentators. We know our stuff. Well, even before the break, we said that this game is very likely to peter out to a draw. Knight e4, indeed, rook c8 was the move, so well spot. Knight c5, so not trying any funny nonsense with rook d7, just taking, going rook c1, exchanging on c5, going g3, and I cannot see this one going to anything but a draw.
Rook d8 is on the board.
Yeah, rook d8, king f7, it's pretty much forcing rook d7, king would go
g6.
here, rook takes pawn, and yeah.
We can stay for like, I don't know, 2 minutes. I believe in 2 minutes we'll see the result on this game.
I don't know, I don't think they will artificially kind of repeat the moves. It's easier here to simply reach move 40, I'm thinking. But yeah, you can see from the way players playing the moves that it will be a draw. Well, I guess the whole opening line is not that dangerous for black. That means rook a4 and Lagno walks away.
Okay, we can switch.
Yeah.
Or you want to stay? Koneru keeps
Yeah,
playing
Koneru's gonna
her
play a
move.
move. Rook b6. Okay. Rook b6. After e5, one thing you can do, you can go b4, b5 to decrease number of pawns on the board even further. So yeah, and I once had a game like this where it wasn't, you know, pre-arranged grandmaster draw or something, but everything just is. In fact, it was a tense game. My opponent played a new move to me. It wasn't a novelty, but I didn't know about the move. And at some point, like, everything disappeared from the board. We were left with 3 versus 3 rook endgame, and we agree a draw naturally because like 2 grandmasters is nothing to play for. And the arbiter comes to us and says, you know what? But you agreed on move 29, so please make 2 more moves. Yeah, like it was more of a friendly tournament. So everyone understands everything, and it wasn't it wasn't fixed result. It was a game played. It just that we've forgotten that like when you want to make a draw right from the start, you would remember 30 moves rule, but like it was a played game.
But in this tournament there is a 40 move draw rule, so
40,
instead of 30
moves,
it's 40. It's a bit it's important, like 10 more moves is actually a big difference. So maybe there's some lines that ended up in move 30 or something, and then you can shake hand, agree for a draw, but move 40 you have to come up with repetition or
E5,
such a position like this.
E5, yeah. Lagno can do, or rather,
Koneru.
both of them can do whatever they like as long as they are not blundering anything. Yeah, b4, b5, you're not forced to do it also. You can go king g2. Whatever, it will be a draw anytime soon. So let's check. Let's check other. Let's check.
Let's check Salimova Goryachkina first, I guess.
Well, I switched on this one if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's okay too. Paehtz,
Elisabeth Paehtz with Divya Deshmukh because after queen e2, queen d5 was played. Attacking the pawn and also pinning the knight. So white is forced to go c4, queen to e6, bishop f4, you have to defend it, f6, ef6, knight f6, queen takes, bishop takes. So black did come up with this f6 rake, and I wonder what it means, because it is very tricky. It can be in anybody's favor here, to be honest, because I can easily see like white remaneuvering the pieces and like getting to e4 square, right? Like this, and then this, bishop g2, and maybe like having a fantastic position. But also white has to be careful because knight b4 is there. So, yeah.
But what about a slow move like a3? Is it needed here?
I don't know. You could, yeah. Maybe it's a reasonable move. In fact, like to stop worrying about knight b4 at all.
And then we can go for that idea of yours: knight bd2, bishop g2.
Maybe black goes h6 and even has g5 in mind in some cases.
Yeah. Okay, so there are 2 things to consider in this position, yeah? The idea of h6, g5, and then the idea of knight b4. Okay, so maybe a3 is a bit too slow.
But yeah, it's tricky. I was thinking knight d2, and then if knight b4, you say, okay, I've lost the castle, right, but maybe it's not so important because it's an endgame, like king d1, but I'm not sure. Because if this knight will not succeed anywhere, it will go back, right? So I will go a3 and so on. Bishop f5, however, might be forced to go here, and this is something I don't quite like.
No, this is not the position that white is going to have. So, for example, what if I use this tempo with knight g5, and then I play knight d2?
Yeah, so if the bishop goes here, you probably wouldn't mind going g4.
Yeah, g4 if the bishop goes there.
And then just like knight d2. Yeah.
Or even if g4 is already played, thinking of bishop g2 actually.
Or bishop g2, yeah.
Whenever there is a knight b4 after bishop g2, king d2.
You can go king d2.
Yeah, you have king d2.
Also possible, yeah. Also possible. But now, interestingly, you can't go knight d2 because e5, and all of a sudden your bishop is trapped. Yeah. So if black does not force g4 and just goes to d7 immediately, we cannot play. So you go knight g5, black goes bishop d7. Now perhaps you do bishop g2. But then, wait a second. Even here. It's maybe not the most precise way of playing it, but one thing black can do is do this. And knight d2 is once again impossible because of e5.
Alright.
So black makes sure that you do not have an outpost on e4. Well, it's a tricky position. What can I say? It's a tricky position. All right, let's check the leaders' games then.
Yep.
Start with Salimova against Goryachkina, right?
Yeah. Nothing much going on.
Nothing.
Yeah, this is the
Yes,
exchange.
castles, queen
Caracan
e3,
position.
bishop g6, exchange on g6, and g2, g3. So just what do you call it? The usual Carlsbad thing. g3. White takes care of f4, but also is planning to push the h-pawn forward.
Yeah, I think that's why Goryachkina is planning to play f6, e5 now, starting with rook e8.
She played rook c8
Rook
to e8.
f.
Rook f to e8.
Yep.
Yeah, it can be anything. It can be f6, e5. It can also be that she's preparing the square for the knight. So
Oh, can you? You cannot do that immediately, can you?
This and this, right? I don't know. You could try f6.
I mean, instead of f6, just play e5. But there's no reason why we should have like an IQP actually.
There's still.
There's h5.
Well, it's tricky, but perhaps there is h5. Yeah.
I was thinking taking there,
then, yeah.
capturing everything at f8, but probably
Knight
it's
f8.
unnecessary.
It's an interesting fight for two rooks against the queen, but the feeling is like this spin will be very annoying. Let's say knight d4, and white is planning to go like rook e1, rook a8, rook e8. Very straightforward. No, there's no reason to do that. Like I guess, in fact, like h6, h5, knight f8, there is nothing wrong with it. You still have enough resources. The knight can go to h7 later, or maybe still you have this plan of f6, e5, especially if white starts going crazy on the king side. You take the opportunity to strike in the center.
What about the minority attack with b5 and then b4?
Also possible. Also possible, yeah. But for now, both sides are kind of maneuvering. If white wanted to stop e5 kind of for all, you can clear knight e5 yourself, I'm guessing.
Oh, Miro, let's switch back to Koneru Lagno because we might be witnessing the last game of Koneru and Lagno in the second
here,
leg.
rook a4, here, rook a3.
How many
they did find
repetition
the
is that?
repetition, but
And
also it's move 35, so
yep,
it's not too far from this requirement, and it is a draw.
It is a
both
draw.
finishing the tournament.
Yeah, so Lagno, after this game, she is 4 out of 9, and Koneru is exactly on 50%.
50%, 4.5.
4.5.
Yeah, so that means what? Koneru currently is placed fifth. Tied for the fifth with Divya. She makes a draw, and Divya with Paehtz, that can be anything.
Okay, let's switch to the game that's...
So we have our first result.
and our favorite game of this round, Tsolakidou Tan.
Yeah. Well, 91, knight f6. Tsolakidou spent an enormous amount of time and went for f4, the move that I strangely enough called impossible after knight f6. f4, e4, and then she's thinking again.
Yeah.
What do you even do here?
e4 should be within the package deal of your calculation. So, it's a bit weird. She allows this. Actually, she makes a few curious decisions here with the knight first, knight d2, knight b3, and then with this one. But okay, let's think about this. Maybe she wants to attack the d4 pawn by taking e4 now, and then knight f3 back.
I guess bishop takes.
And then knight f3.
Knight f3, but okay. The thing is, like with all these weaknesses that white created, black might be absolutely fine just giving away this pawn, right? Like, say, go castle.
Takes with
knight d4,
maybe
knight d4,
queen d4.
maybe queen d4. And even then, just take here, go bishop c5,
e3.
e3, yeah?
And rook d8,
rook
yeah?
e8 or rook d8,
Yeah.
maybe this rook to d8. Feeling is like white's never better in this in this position. Can easily be worse, but never better.
I have another crazy idea for you. What about white plays g4?
Well, it is a bold move. What can I say? It is a very brave move. But maybe, desperate situations require desperate measures. Maybe g4, because at some point I actually thought of h3, g4, but then black is very happy to play h5.
Or in this position, maybe just e3, yeah?
H3, e3, yeah, but I understand you're kind of winning long term, but who knows? Maybe like some knight c2. Will you be able to defend this one? Yeah, probably still bad.
Can be
probably still bad. Yeah, so g4 is a legit try. Yeah, let's say bishop takes. We take on
with the pawn.
e4, and at least there is like a lot of disbalance in this position. Yeah, I agree. It could be that black is like close to winning, but also like it's very sharp. And white, yeah, in a way, white has some squares for the pieces all of a sudden. So I'm actually wondering, is there any other move after g4? I don't like to take with the knight, because this comes with a tempo.
Oh, she played knight c2.
Knight to c2.
I'm actually wondering,
knight c2.
in such a position, whether g4 is a legit move to try.
Knight c2. Computer actively dislikes knight c2. After knight c2, in Engine's opinion, the position is pretty bad for white. I'm not sure what the move is, because part of me wants to play e3, but then of course you have to prove that you have enough compensation for the pawns that white's gonna take.
Ooh.
It's d4 and e3.
Miro.
Yeah.
I'm ready to play the next Grand Prix. g4 is the move.
Yeah, after e4, g4. Yeah, but seriously, the way it looked, g4 had to be played. But after knight c2,
I mean, it's still better for black, but this is the best try that white can try.
After knight c2, what black has to do? If you could check.
Oh.
Simply take d3 and go h5, or
name any good legal moves.
So h5 is good.
Good.
I guess.
It's
Castle
good.
short is
it's
good.
good.
So
as
it's
well.
just a bad position for
Queen
white.
d7 is good. Yeah.
It's a bad position for white. That it's. Yeah. Well, it's a bit of a struggle for Stavroula, because I imagine it's not very easy to prepare something serious against Tan Zhongyi, and she decided to go for this reddish stuff, perhaps not knowing the position well enough. Because the position we've gotten after 12 moves with white is not very impressive.
Okay.
Shall we check Bibisara with Munguntuul? Yeah, so what happened? Yeah, queens were traded, e5 castles, a7, a6, h3, h6, knight c3, bishop e7, g4, and bishop to h7. Yeah. Well, in order for white to really have something in this position, this pawn has to get to b5 somehow. The question is how you do it, because it's very hard to cross b4.
Is that the only idea that white can go for this line?
I don't know. Well, what else can we think about? Again, in terms of pawn pushes, like knight d2, knight e4 is something. Like, since we played g4 and we cover f5 square, so there won't be pawn move to f5. Maybe knight d2, knight e4 is something to look at. But other than that, as you were saying, like, name a legal move. And in the previous example, it was impossible to name a legal move which would be bad. And now, like, I thought, okay, we don't like knight d2. Let's go rook d1. We get the open file and immediately understand. Okay, there is bishop c2. There's bishop c2. You can go rook c1 though.
Yeah, you still can do that.
No, because after that, black can actually take, and c4 is hanging.
Yeah, rook c1 takes, and knight d2 is a trap.
c1 is a bit of a trap, because here you go here, and the bishop is trapped. Yeah. Then maybe rook d2 is not a bad move. Yeah, maybe rook d2 is not a bad move. The question is, however, how do you continue after castles?
Probably the idea is to play h4, g5 right now.
Yeah, but now you can go h4 because this guy is hanging.
Yeah. And
It could be clever, and then bishop h3 in some
Yep.
cases, and g5. Yeah.
and
It's
if
actually-
bishop c2 after that, you can even afford of playing rook d2. You don't have to worry
Here,
about the pawn.
Here. No, bishop c2. You go g5. You win material.
Also rook d2 and then
Bishop
g5.
d1, yeah, rook d2, g5, but this one's, well, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably more straightforward.
So yeah, then rook d1 is a tricky move. You know what? Or rather I was castling here. What if I castle the other side?
Interesting.
Why if I castle the other side? Because I told you I was playing the red, right? With this pawn on e6, and sometimes the pawn is on e6, castling long is known to be dangerous, because white would play knight d4, and there is always an idea to sacrifice something on c6. It's knight c6, rook a6, or sometimes bishop takes, knight takes. Yeah, with pawn on e5, maybe this castle is just absolutely safe.
But after that a4, let me try to attack your king.
Bishop c2, I'm guessing.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
like a real attack for now, right? I mean,
Rook c1 then, I
have
think I'm
some
forced.
tricks, yeah, and takes.
And then knight.
The knight d2, I'll
Knight
take the
d2.
knight, yeah. So you still have some tricks though.
e5 is hanging, so you have to be
yeah.
careful too. Okay, take the knight, of course.
Yeah, and then e5 is hanging. There is no knight d2 if I keep the rook on the d file, but there is knight e5. Yeah, tricky, and the more tricky lines we discover after rook d1, the more convinced that rook d1 is the move. Because for white it's not very easy to invent something, you know, something that is convincing. Well, theoretically, knight d2 to e4, if black takes with the knight, take with the bishop, you know, exchange more pieces. Also is an option, but to keep it to keep it tense, I guess rook d1 should be played. Yeah.
Okay, looks like things are getting to be very interesting too in other games. Like Tsolakidou Tan Zhongyi should be my first pick.
That's of course the most exciting. Queen d7, by the way.
Yes,
played
it is
by
one of the
Tan
best
Zhongyi.
moves.
So it stops or kind of enhances control on this diagonal. It prepares in some cases prepares long castle. Also, what it does is that if this pawn was to take on d3 or go e3, you can capture c6
With the queen,
with the queen. Yeah. But for now, I'm guessing if white doesn't do anything,
Castle
then bishop
first,
h3,
maybe.
right? No, bishop h3 is also like interesting because bishop h3, you'll trade, you go e3, and then your pawns are safe, and you're just like completely winning positionally.
Yeah.
h5, h4 is not out of the question. You know what? I'm thinking this is just a very, very good position for black. Okay, so takes here, for instance. Bishop takes, and then be it good or bad, but it seems white has to take d4. And this is maybe where you castle long. Right? Because this is still a pin. So you castle long, and if white doesn't have bishop e3, which he probably does not, if white has to play e3, it's a terrible position. I mean, like you have close to zero ideas with white. I don't even know how you play it. Like black just goes h5, h4,
Yeah.
and checkmates.
Looks very passive for white.
Yeah, so something went terribly wrong in the opening for Tsolakidou because, you know, we see the evaluation and also we see her spending time on each move. So sometimes, yeah, you made a strange decision, but at least you know what you were going for, so you had a plan or something. And this seems to be, you know, just a set of random moves. So I go here, and then on the next move I take a decision again, and I take a decision again, and it all looks going downhill. Relatively quiet position in Goryachkina's game still.
Paehtz Divya, perhaps?
Yeah, we will. Yes, just a second. So after rook fe1, h4, h6, rook a, d1. That's all. That's all that happened in Salimova against Goryachkina. Now, I guess you could once again consider f6
Or b5,
or
I think.
b5 first. Yeah. Like, well, the thing with b5 that sometimes you have to be careful not to let the knight to go to c5. But yeah, b5, a5, b4, or maybe not even a5, but b5, b4 immediately is of course a plan as well. But yeah, not much to talk about. So Paehtz with Divya, right?
Yep.
Paehtz with Divya.
So after...
So she just played bishop g2.
Yeah, after bishop e6, just bishop g2.
Bishop g2, knight to b4, and king to d2.
And now, be careful with the bishop on f4. It might be trapped.
Knight h5, that's what Divya is doing.
So she goes straight for it. And now what happened after bishop e5? I think that's the only move you can play. I mean, in order to save your bishop not to be exchanged with the knight.
I guess castles? Because there is a pin on the f-file, right? White's in a bit of a danger. Like if black doubles on the f-file quickly, you might just lose, you lose the f-pawn, that means you lose the game. So, by the way, rook takes f3
is already
a threat.
So bishop,
I guess would be rook e1 or bishop g7.
The thing is, if rook e1, there might be bishop h3. I mean,
H6.
something that you can think about.
Bishop h6, yeah.
h3 takes...
Bishop h3, yes.
Also bishop h6.
But also bishop h6.
Also
I
bishop
just realized that bishop h6 is an annoying move.
Yeah, I think that's better.
So after that, yeah.
Oh, then there's bishop
you can
h6.
go bishop h6 immediately, which is even cooler. So you go bishop h6, king goes,
and then
you
castle first.
And after a3, for instance, you would go to c6, and the bishop is like not trapped really, but hanging in the air. Yeah, white is in quite a bit of a trouble.
It is.
White is in quite a bit of a trouble, but I don't think you have alternatives, to be honest, because leaving the bishop on f4, letting black take, and then castle, it's a disaster. So let's try carefully once again. So this, castle's short.
Knight c2 is coming.
Yeah, knight c2 is a threat, so I'm gonna have to do something like that.
And let me try bishop f5.
Yeah, there's bishop f5. There's knight c6. Yeah, bishop f5. I don't have a choice. Knight e1.
Oh, takes everything. So takes on d3 first.
But in what order? Yeah, I understand.
Takes d3 first.
Bishop d5. Did you think of bishop d5?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, so that was the tactic Irene was going for, and then takes g2, but there is a little problem. The white plays bishop d5 check, and it actually white is winning.
Okay.
But yeah, we were very close. I believe that if we are a little bit more careful, it should be better for black. While computer sees like half a pawn advantage for black. And also that's one of the slower games. 14 moves played only. Elisabeth is down to less than an hour, Divya to 46 minutes.
Right. Wow. Okay, so Elisabeth is in trouble.
I guess, yeah.
Tsolakidou is also in trouble.
Tsolakidou is in a very serious trouble. I mean, it's very likely this game can be a miniature, Like if you don't find some way of, coming back right here, right now, then h5, h4, and it's too late to even look for. I'm thinking of like some crazy moves, maybe. Yeah, like can I go e3? I know it's not the greatest, but. So
okay.
If
I'm calculating.
If black takes d3, I'm planning to take here, and it's very similar to if I would take and then take on d4, right? But maybe I'm getting like a tempo with white, which is more important than the pawn. If black takes the other one, then the secret plan was to go d4. And
I'm
say,
not sure
aha.
about that.
And
There
to
is
say,
bishop g4.
aha, yeah, there is bishop g4. So my
Then
secret plan falling apart, right? I have to move the queen.
and then maybe e2 just to
E2,
put it
yes, and
there. Okay.
then once again you can
Yeah.
just go h5, h4 and checkmate me.
h3, you
while
take it.
while
Yeah.
I'm winning the pawns back. No, I mean I'm almost sure I'll have to take on e2 at some point.
Or
and just
maybe
sacrifice an
knight
exchange.
b4 now. It's the I
Knight
don't know.
b4,
I don't know
yeah.
about that. Takes bishop d2 could be actually, and then there's e3.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, you can show it. Bishop d2 and then e3. What a what a position.
yeah.
Yeah, this is. I don't like playing with white in this position.
Yeah, so I guess it has to be d4, knight d4, and somehow pray to survive.
Yeah, she captures the pawn.
d4.
D takes e4.
Black has no reasons to invent anything. Yes.
Just simply
You
take with the
just take,
bishop. Yeah. Right. I think Tan is not on the board, so we can switch to the other game while waiting for her to come back.
It's not that many entertaining games, to be honest. So that's the only one that is like really something huge is happening right here, right now. Well, Paehtz' game being the closest rival. So Tan is back at the board, and let's see what is the move she's going to play. It doesn't take her much to
take with the
decide,
bishop.
yeah, to decide on bishop e4.
And what was
Knight
that?
c2 takes on d4.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
Knight c2 takes on d4. So once again, let's mention that if black starts exchanging, white gets a chance to trade the queens, and that it makes white's life somewhat easier. Still, I believe black
Bishop
will be,
c5
will
or
be
castle.
better, like castle, other rook to e8. It's such a huge initiative in the center, but yeah, but one would prefer, of course, to keep the queens on the board. So
Just castle
I'm
immediately.
thinking of an immediate castle. No, sorry. This knight is hanging, and after e3, h5, it's a really, really dangerous position. It looks like. And again, like I'm saying h5 as if it was the only move. Like any sane move for black is good, right? I don't know what it is. Yeah, but h5, h4 is the most straightforward. Half an hour left for Tsolakidou.
And still like
yeah, the position is not getting
30,
any better.
sorry, 26 more moves to make.
Yeah, it's not about if she will be in a time trouble. I'd argue it's about if she will survive till time trouble, because the position is really bad. I'm still tempted to somehow make bishop e3 work. So that maybe I'll get the chance to, say, play queen c1 and try something, because e3 is such an awful move. Because here I thought I could take and...
Or would you like to take on g2 first?
After bishop e3, yeah, I could do this as well. Take on g2, but then it doesn't seem that I'm winning material.
Oh,
Because
bishop g1.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, black's position is still perfect and probably better.
Is there anything with knight takes and then queen c6, or depending on how you take it back, is c5?
Knight takes c5.
But knight
no, wait,
f3.
knight f3, right? And this is how we actually don't win.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, white's like defended the king with all of the pieces remaining. Yeah.
Okay, so
No, I think like after castles and bishop e3, if this doesn't work, then maybe you just once again play a slower move, h5, h4. But still, I'd like to understand if this is...
would you like to see my move instead
Tell
of that? Queen g4.
Queen G4.
Not in this
where?
position, right after bishop E3.
Queen G4 in order to...
Well, maybe I want to take on D4 and then C5, or
Okay,
maybe...
I guess I have to sidestep the pin. Queen E1. Now this is attacked. Queen A5 in some cases. That's what I'm worried about. Like, black is
Bishop
better,
B4.
yeah, Queen F2.
Or maybe now I can put my rook on the center.
Yeah, and there is nothing wrong with it, but
that's not the cleanest,
that's what I'm looking for, kind of the best way. Yeah, as we agreed, pretty much anything black does, if it's reasonable, black should be better, right? But my argument is that knight G4 has the potential to just win immediately if white
this
doesn't.
happens,
Yeah,
yeah.
like if white doesn't, because Queen D3, right? I think the only move. Then knight F1 runs into Bishop F5. But I was thinking, can I do this? Maybe this just wins material.
Yeah, Queen
Knight
E3.
D4, Queen E3, Knight B3, Queen B3, and Queen D4. Yeah, this looks like black is just winning. So that means, if we got this line right, that means that E3 needs to be played, and then of course here
Any legal moves wins,
you
yeah.
can do whatever you like. Yeah. Knight C6 I was worried about for a bit, but
Queen
then I
takes?
realized, yeah, like queen takes queen, but also
Queen takes
queen
C6.
takes knight. Yeah, you definitely don't have to be worried about knight C6. Like in the worst case scenario, you can take on C6 like this. Yeah, and it looks winning. Yeah. Okay, so a decision for Tan to make.
And Elisabeth played bishop E5.
So Elisabeth Paehtz replied to knight H5 with bishop E5. Now, one of the moves that we thought was cool was bishop H6 check, right? Kind of trying to abuse the fact that this bishop is not very safe on E5 and kind of getting stuck there. So we castle. It's not even clear what to do, yeah? Knight D2. We said bishop F1 of knight E1, and then this tactic didn't work for us because bishop D5. Maybe bishop F5 is not needed. Maybe we have to look for something else. But white is planning to go A3.
Oh, what if I just play knight C6 now? But it was there before, yeah? There's no reason to... actually,
I mean,
no.
you can go knight C6, yeah. All I'm saying is it's a very, very annoying position for white. Now the threat is bishop takes D2, right?
And you cannot move the D2 knight, I guess?
Bishop C7, you just go
rook C8.
Maybe it just wins material, plain and simple.
Okay, if knight E4, rook F3.
Knight E4, yeah, there is rook F3, it seems.
And bishop A6.
Bishop H6 is on the board.
King E2.
King E2. Well, in our line, it looks like black is almost winning. However, computer only gives 0.4 in black's favor, so there must be some way. There must be some way for Elisabeth. Anyway,
Castles.
Divya went for it. Bishop H6 and castle, the most principled approach. And let's see what Elisabeth has prepared.
Looks like for the past few moves, both players have been blitzing their moves.
Yeah, but that's a fantastic position.
Fantastic for black, yeah? Because black has all these initiatives. Something went wrong in Elisabeth's position. Oh, G4. We forgot to think about it.
G4. Well, G4. Yeah, right. It is there. As much as I would like this move not to be possible, it is there. G4, so I guess knight F4, bishop takes, and... Oh, wait a sec. Can you be greedy? No, you cannot, right? G takes, knight A1, and knight A3. And it's still like not 100% clear, but white is winning the knight on a1, so this is something we don't like. Castles, g4, so let's assume knight f4 is played. Bishop takes. I don't know. Rook takes? Bishop takes? What do we think?
Choose one. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes to control that. Knight d2. And white actually gets to e4. And it's not too bad. No, it's not too bad. A critical moment, to be honest. It is a critical moment. Black would like to somehow exploit this bishop on e5, but we are failing to find any way to do it. And now, yeah, now the bishop is safe. It can go to h2 if anything.
Okay, if I don't want to go there, is there any other option here? Okay.
Yeah, if not knight f4, then
knight g7 will lose to g5, yeah?
I guess.
Okay, so yeah, I think knight f4 is kind of forced. Knight f6 also there's g5. So now after taking this, rook takes. Okay,
Yeah,
let's see
you can
rook
take
takes.
with the rook,
And then double up the rook,
say
perhaps.
Double the rooks on the f file. Yeah, but then the question is, I say, white plays a3, and if you have to draw back, then somehow slowly I feel like white will remaneuver to e4. I cannot play knight e4 though, because bishop c4, right? That's still tricky.
And knight e5 is coming. That's a
Rook
threat.
f1, yeah.
Rook f1, so probably,
f1.
I don't know, like a6 b5 idea. Just, I think black is in control, yeah?
Yeah, black is not. Black cannot be worse now because he's got like a 4 square, which is very promising. But on the other hand, like white potentially has like this little regroup and will be fine, you know. So it's not yet. The game is not yet decided. The game is not yet decided. So Divya, are you thinking? Because I feel like this could be something. I understand we lose the knight, but then some rook f5, let's say. Rook takes. Maybe you could have captured on g6 even, right? Takes. Rook takes knight. Yeah, not enough. Not enough. I thought rook f8, but it's somehow white has everything under control. Bishop g3 even guards f2. So I guess knight f4 will be forced then.
Tsolakidou Tan has
yeah, let's check
fizzled out a bit.
Because whoa, what's that? Knight c takes d4. Tan decided to take on g2, take on d4. Go queen c6, check, and castle. So it's a very modest approach, if you will. I understand black is still better here, but how do you resist the temptation to castle long and go for a checkmate? This way at least white gets a chance to develop, right?
But rook d8 is coming, rook e8 is coming.
Rook d8 is a serious threat, yeah. I guess this can be tried. So that rook d8 you have queen c3.
Bishop b4.
Queen c2.
Or knight e4. I don't know. So many moves here.
Yeah.
And rook e8, yeah?
Rook e8, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of never comfortable for white. Like for this position to be comfortable for white, the pawn has to be on e5, right? Even then, this pin is annoying. So position is quite unpleasant still. But yeah, but again, it doesn't explain. Why Tan Zhongyi like what stopped her from playing the long castle, which seemed much stronger move, to be honest.
Bishop e3 is on the board.
Bishop e3 is on the board, yeah. So once again, rook d8, bishop b4 was one thing. You could make an argument for bishop at b4 to start with, so that there is no queen c3 now. But maybe white gets the same position via queen d3 and queen c2
and rook e8.
Yeah.
Also in that position, knight d5 is also possible.
Yeah, but I've seen knight d5, but I don't know if it leads us anywhere.
Yeah, probably just stay with
Bishop
rook e8.
f2 and then e-pawn starts moving. Yeah, no, I guess we just like follow the very basic opening principles, right? So not moving the pieces for the second time, and rather bring the pieces into a game which are not yet participating. So rook f8 to e8.
Yep. Okay. I think we can see Bibisara's game now before.
Yeah.
The
There
next
is some
break.
development. Not much really, but there is some development. Rook f to d1, and neither of the two castles were played by Munguntuul because we looked at short and the long castle. She decided to go with rook to d8, king f1, and then castle short, because now the knight on d7 is protected, and therefore h4 is impossible. King f1 is a little bit mysterious. Other than you kind of want to go king e1 and bring the king closer to a center, this one I can understand. But is it the best you can do with your position? That remains unclear.
Just waiting, I guess.
Yeah, that's one of those positions where it's kind of, I'm very tempted to say it's hard to play for both. Because white doesn't have, at least we don't see, any sort of straightforward plans. It has to be maneuvering pretty much. But also same goes for black. This e5 pawn is hanging, and that's why you cannot move the d7 knight. It is really tricky. Roughly 40 minutes each, and only 15 moves. I think, Irene, we will have a lot of time troubles today. A lot of time troubles.
Oh, but before, yeah, you're right. But before we take our next break, let's come back to Goryachkina's game, because she finally decided to do something. What was the last position we saw?
So, well, somewhere
Okay,
here.
queen c7.
Queen c7, rook c to d8, king g2, a6, knight f1. And what did she do?
e5.
Ah, she went e5 like this. Interesting. So, h5 is impossible because of e4. So white has to react with the capture.
I think so. I think it's almost forced, yeah?
Yeah.
Takes.
Let's say knight takes, and I'm guessing knight takes.
Yeah. Rook takes also fine, but knight takes is, of course.
A move with the tempo.
Yeah. Queen d4.
Queen d4. And can he go
Back.
to c6?
But then
not
e8.
really, because rook takes, queen d5,
rook
and after
d8,
rook
queen
d8
f3.
there is queen b3 or f3. Right, so it's not, maybe not the ideal moment to go e5, unless you
Take with the rook.
accept that you have the isolated pawn, and you're just trying carefully to trade everything.
So Salimova already took the pawn on e5.
Yeah, e5, d5 played.
Yeah, Goryachkina never rushed with her move. That's one thing that I noticed. Even though it looks like usually obvious,
yeah.
it's a capturing move. I mean recapture, but still she takes her time. Okay, but eventually knight g takes e5 is on the
Knight
board.
g takes on e5. White will exchange this pair of knights. But also wait, after knight takes and queen d4, that
that is not
only means, knight c6 is not the only move, right?
yeah,
So that
because
means-
that's not a threat. Yeah, the knight is not under any attack.
Mhm.
So
Behind the hand, what do you do? Like take on knight c4, still unpleasant somehow. Computer's not impressed at all. 0.1 for white, so I'm guessing it means maybe we just take with the rook and play this position.
and then what do we do as white here? Do we capture the rook first or play knight e3 right away?
That's a big question.
But if knight e3, maybe d4.
D4 seems possible, right? So if knight e3 here, d4 simplifies everything. Yeah. So I guess same thing, takes. But then, after queen d4, knight c6, queen goes somewhere. d4 is... no, wait a second. What am I saying? I
Just
thought d4 is an
Queen
option.
e5 first, yeah?
Queen e5.
Or I don't know, queen b6
Queen
also
b6, attack
works.
b2, yeah.
Yeah, looks like an equal game then. Yeah, Goryachkina is not taking any risks. I think this is totally fine. This e5, she just goes for the equal position.
Yeah, well, the thing with e5 is that you're playing a game where you want the position to be as simple as possible, right? And you could keep hovering around with black, but you want some clarification. So that's very easy to explain how the move e6, e5 occurs to you. Because, you want to have some clarity in the game where you only need a draw. Alright, Tsolakidou Tan, bishop e3 was the last move, then Assaubayeva, Munguntuul, rook d2, preparing to double the rooks. Yeah, perfectly fine. Here, no move after bishop e3, and Paehtz with Divya, a7, bishop f4, knight d2, and a7, a5. Somewhat surprising. Didn't feel like you really needed to do it right now, but maybe she's planning to expand with the a-pawn as far as possible. Yeah, okay. Black is probably still somewhat better in this game.
Yep. Okay, I guess
let them play.
Let them
right?
have a thing, yeah, because so far only one game already finished. It's between Humpy versus Lagno Kateryna. It was a very uneventful game, and we still have 4 games in progress. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be back shortly.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone. 4 games in this final round are still in progress, and let's take a look. The leaders game, it's between Salimova versus Goryachkina, because things have changed quite a bit.
Yeah, so I think that was the moment where what we've seen before the break, and we were expecting white to trade on e5. However, Salimova decided otherwise. So queen f5, knight f3, traded the rooks here, went queen f3, but that allows black to go queen b6, attacking the b2 pawn, and then to go d4. d4, c takes, and knight takes is already on the board.
So I guess naturally you would like to still be on this diagonal. The queen, I think, has to go.
Yeah, queen c6 is quite an annoying idea, right?
So queen d5.
But queen d5 allows rook d8.
Yeah, but probably
queen d5
now.
allows rook d8, right?
And after queen e4,
Yeah,
f5.
yeah, and he could go queen e4.
There's f5 though. Or maybe in this moment you have to play queen c4, stopping queen c6.
c4,
Yeah.
stopping queen c6, yeah. But can white actually do... Can I go here by any chance? Or it doesn't make any sense?
Let's try queen c6.
Queen c6, yeah, to go to h3. I'm not a big fan of this.
h1 is there.
Yeah, but knight h2.
Ah, you want to...
This is actually, yeah, the trick which works for white. Knight h2, and okay, at least it seems it works for white. But you don't have to, right? You can, like, at the very least, just drop the knight back. It's probably like just rook e4 is there. No, I don't like my suggestion. Something that I was thinking of would be c3, c4. It is risky, I understand. I give black the passed pawn, and also maybe that knight is not ideally placed. But if you remaneuver, this thing can actually be weak in some cases, right? So after c, d4, knight d4. Well, yeah, maybe what you do is queen d5, rook d8, and queen c4, and you just play this position. I still feel like black is the one who's tiny bit better.
Yeah,
some tricks.
Because black's pieces are more active anyway, yeah?
Yeah. And, you know, knowing the tournament situation, I would not be surprised if it's just queen c6. Trade the queens, you know, trade the rooks, everything. It's very level. Anyway, since the pawns were exchanged in the center, it's a very, very level game and can finish in a draw relatively soon, which will determine the winner of Shymkent Grand Prix, because Goryachkina only needs a draw to be unreachable. Other games develop as well. Well, some a bit faster, some a bit slower. The slowest is Assaubayeva with Munguntuul. King to f1 castles, rook d2, and rook d2 e8 is a little bit surprising, to be honest. Well, rook d1. What?
Did it happen?
It looks like. I don't know.
Is it a draw offer, Miro?
Nah, I don't think so.
Because what else? I was thinking to just play rook a d1 instead of rook d d1. I mean, in a way, I'm attacking the d7 knight. Okay, some calculations is required, of course.
Knight c5, I guess, is the big problem in this case, because your rook on a1, at the very least, it can defend b3 kind of physically. But being as is, and since black puts the rook on the e-file, the e5 pawn is protected, so you can take c5, but you're not winning the e5 pawn. And again, in some cases, if you're fast with bringing the knight to e4, it can be, you know, it can be playable and even like promising position for white. But being as is, it's rather black wants to go e4, e3. So yeah, rook d1.
So what if black just play rook d8 again?
Mm,
So
we-
what will have to come up with something new then?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can. You're right, it's not clear if white can come up with something new. Yeah, I guess knight d2, knight d4, my old idea. Because now knight c5 is not that scary, right? I mean, with b3 covered, I can go b4. Bibisara is a fighter. I don't think she'll just like effortlessly repeat. It's more of a, I've realized knight d2, rook d2 was not great, and I'm returning to d1, but I don't think she'll just repeat the moves.
Okay, let's switch to Tsolakidou's game.
Tsolakidou is done after queen d3, rook a d8. Tsolakidou is asking for trouble, so bishop d4, pinning, self-pinning the bishop.
My most natural move would be rook fe8.
Yeah. And actually, I do not see how white is planning to continue here. Yeah, well, maybe e3 and then move the queen to defend the rook, move the king to unpin the rook. Still not very comfortable. Still, of course, black's position is perfectly fine, but it's getting harder and harder to get to. Ah, wait a second. After bishop d4, can we do something funny? No, there's nothing funny in it.
Oh, you're...
I was I
E3,
wanted
yeah?
like knight h2 to stop e3, but
Right.
then white plays h3 because the rook is not yet hanging, and after this knight g4 is possible, but
Because
white...
now knight takes e3.
Oh wait,
Yeah, it is possible now, because it's a double
knight
attack
e3
to
is
e3
threatening,
and
knight
h2.
h2 is threatening. This is an option, in fact. Surprisingly. I'm not a big fan of white's position after, say, queen e4 and then c5 is coming, but still white is in the game. By the way, that's the only position with really big gap in evaluation in someone's favor. So it's minus 1.7. Tan Zhongyi is like, we should probably say, is her position is winning, right? So there is no guarantee she's going to win, but her position is winning. However, if Goryachkina makes a draw, strangely for Tan, it doesn't matter if she wins or makes a draw. She's second either way.
Yep. Yep. But, well, you always would like to finish a tournament with a strong
Yeah, of
result.
course. Yeah, well, even like 5 ELO points matter, among other things.
Paehtz versus
Yeah,
Divya. Let's check it out.
Paehtz with Divya. This one is also better for black. After this exchange on f4 happened and white went knight d2, black played a5, a3, knight to c6, rook f1, bishop to d7, knight e1. a4 is something I'd like to play, I guess, eventually. I'm probably not taking d2. Well, maybe I do take on d2.
And what's
Just
the idea?
thinking. Just to eliminate the knight which is close to e4, then go here. Just to say that, okay, you have an e4 square, but the knight will not reach it. Gonna go here. If knight f3, rook f8. Maybe it's okay though. King e2, right?
Oh, very
She just played
curious.
something.
A curious move here. King g7.
King g7. What's
Just
king?
probably stepping
What's
away.
king g7?
Stepping away from the check. Possible check on
Yeah,
d5.
so there won't be bishop d5 comes without a check, while the other idea could be like you're preparing for h5, but then you don't need king g7, right? Other than like if you want to put a rook on h8 and then play h5, but it seems too long, artificial. Honestly, if I'm playing white, I should seriously consider at some point going a4 b3. I know it doesn't look, it's not very exciting, but at least I'll cement the queen side, because otherwise, a4, rook b8, b5, and you have more weaknesses to deal with. King g7. All right. Well, Elisabeth has to finally at least regroup in order to get to e4. So knight e4, I feel like knight e4 should be the move. This guy, I'm not sure where it goes, but let's pretend you let me build the position. I don't know what b6 is probably not great, but yeah, and you start doubling, and this is what I wanted to claim white should be able to hold. Something like this, maybe rook to h1, the other one to f1, and just sit and wait and hope that there is no breakthrough for black.
Elisabeth just played bishop d5.
Bishop d5, okay. Maybe this is what she wants. Either exchanging the bishop, or if bishop goes away, to play f4, right? And bishop d5 is one of those annoying moves, because the bishop is nice on d5, of course. And if you play e6, you just restricted your pieces a little bit, right? Okay, and she'd say, okay, now I go back. If you want to play e5, I'll return back, right? So yeah, bishop d5 is a nice practical move.
Okay, who else are we going to see? I mean, Tsolakidou Tan is always the most exciting of this round. Assaubayeva Munguntuul, I think...
It was not a repetition. After
it's not a
d1,
repetition.
knight c5 was played.
And this could be the longest game of this round.
Wait a second, so what's knight c5? Can white
Push the pawn?
before? That's what I thought, and the answer is no. White just played knight d2. But then she's getting ready to put it to push.
Because after before, the pawn is gonna be weak anyway. Yeah, I think knight e4. Or, I mean this one too. Because you have
I
always...
thought you win the pawn like this. Knight b3, rook a3, bishop c2, and before is hanging, the rook is hanging.
Yeah.
It's messy, but like it's messy in black's favor. So after knight d2, maybe now you want to play b4. Hang on a second. So bishop c2.
Rook
Bishop
c1.
c2 now. Rook c1. Knight takes
And take
b3.
the bishop.
You take the bishop.
And rook
Knight takes
c1.
rook. Rook c1. And surprisingly, black doesn't have like anything. White takes the knight literally for free, not even for the pawn. Yeah. So this doesn't work. Then what to do is for Munguntuul. Put the knight on e6.
There could be one way.
Yeah, but then we are reaching the position I was talking about. Black doesn't have to take, but just to illustrate, like something like that, you'd be happy with white, right?
Or maybe you don't have to move the knight right away. You always have e6, right? So now improve the rook. Rook d8.
Rook d8. Yeah, but then before knight e6, b5, and I'm a little bit worried about that, because when the queen side opens, you usually, well, not maybe in 100% of cases, but this bishop on h7 is kind of missing in protecting the queen side.
Yeah, but now maybe, okay, AB first, and then probably
You
knight
have
d4.
knight d5, yeah? Or knight d4.
Knight d5, knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah, fair enough.
Because it looks like black's pieces are ready just to do something in the center. Takes. Takes with the pawn.
Yeah. White is not better here, okay. It's playable, but white is not better here for sure. That's a mysterious game to me, seriously. Like, I understand a lot of effort, a lot of tension put in every move, but so far, like, first of all, it develops at a very slow pace. It's only move 18. in 2.5 hours, and not much has happened really. Tsolakidou is done. Wow. Tsolakidou is completely lost according to the machine. After rook f8, she goes h3 and black went knight e4. What is knight e4 about?
One way is to play an idea with knight d2. Knight d2 takes, rook takes d4, queen takes d4, rook takes e2. And then...
So let's say white...
Okay, white has to play something usefully. Let's say h4 something, yeah?
g4.
g4, just to demonstrate.
To have like g3 square. But now it doesn't work, right? Because... yeah.
Because of the king g3.
King will have a square on g3.
But let's show it on the board. Rook takes d4.
So that's
and
basically
what
was the point, and then with the pawn on g3. Oh wait, maybe you can even do it here.
As long as you just don't play rook d3, I guess, because there's queen g2, king h4, and so on. But here, I agree. I mean, I don't see a follow-up after this. But this is just...
think this is what the real problem is. Or not. Bishop c5, e3. I'm still unable to find a way to break through. I understand like that there should be a million ways how black is better, but like to say black is winning, it's +3. Now it's plus 3.5, or rather minus 3.5 means black's much better.
Okay, instead of g4, okay, let's play a move that looks very useful. Maybe e3, trying to strengthen the bishop on d4.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Or probably just knight d6, knight f5. I mean,
Yeah,
not knight f5 immediately, but or just f5 then. I mean, you're controlling everything in the center. There's no way that white could get in.
This is the move you're looking for, but I'm still not sure where the queen's going. Could be queen g6 and then
c5.
c5. Could be queen e6 and then c5.
Yeah, looks like. Yeah.
Especially after e3, I think c5 will be deadly if it's on the board. Stavroula also down to like 20 minutes only.
17 actually.
Even less, right?
Yeah. She is in big trouble both on the board and on the clock. Let's quickly take a look Salimova Goryachkina, because I thought after white's last move you could just play queen c6, but I think this is easier or safer, because if you play queen c6 takes rook d7.
Yeah, queen c6 would be perfectly fine. Yeah, I don't know why Goryachkina decided knight b5.
Maybe it's also invitation, you know, like after knight b5 here.
You can go to
queen f3 again and knight
goes
d4,
to d4.
which is cleaner for if you're looking for a draw. And also maintain some initiative on the board. Like if the queen goes anywhere else, there might be queen c6 coming up soon.
Yeah,
queen c4.
The knight is strangely placed on b5, right?
Queen c4. Yeah, it is already on the board.
Queen c4.
Yeah, what to do now?
Because now you cannot trade. I mean, you can, and it's not like a terrible position, but white will be very happy if you trade the queens this way. And, you know, there are some weaknesses, right? Rook c1 and rook c4 and so on.
Okay, don't trade the queens then. I'm still liking black's position a little bit. But knight e3 is coming, I agree.
This or this. So the position is very symmetrical, and it's all about like where the piece is gonna be, right?
What about this primitive move, knight a3? Or I don't know, maybe knight d6 is a better move, but that's the idea, just to get the queen to somewhere. And now knight b5 again.
And then
Or I can even think of rook e2 actually in that position.
Yeah, I should not go far away from the center.
But knight d6 is of course more principled. You put your piece in the center.
Well, knight d6, she's going to e4. Okay, this I can...
The funny thing is,
This
after
I can
queen
understand.
d5 here, you can think of rook e2. But is it? It should be losing, yeah?
For the sake of argument, we can check it.
Yeah, it is losing. Queen g2 next. Okay, queen f5, g4, queen f3. Oh, but there is actually queen g3. So if queen f5 now, it should be losing somehow.
I don't see it.
King g4,
Ah, yeah, rook e4.
rook e4. King has to go.
Queen
Yeah, and then queen f3. So still has to be careful of where the queen goes. But again,
Queen
after
d4.
queen d4
And
is
if you
principal.
want a draw, you can go queen d4.
And after queen c6, queen d5, yeah?
c6, queen d5, yeah. Okay. I know it's an important game, but such a simple position, and like I'm almost tempted to say, okay, nothing will happen here, even though I know there can be. Well, finally some changes in Assaubayeva. Munguntuul, Assaubayeva, after rook d8, Assaubayeva does play b4. That's the one we were discussing, right? So you were saying, let's go back. Well, actually, there was always a question, what happens if I put the pawn on c5?
And maybe
And
now
then,
knight
like-
d5.
Yeah, possible.
And you have to
I
trade.
Can I go to c4? No,
Yes.
this one's hanging. This one's hanging, I don't like it. If I trade,
cd.
I would very much like to play knight b3, but then you have bishop c2. And otherwise I'm not sure where I'm going. Curious. Before King h... What happens? Tsolakidou with Tan Zhongyi.
King h2.
Knight e4, King h2. And the
knight
evaluation
c5.
is screaming.
Wow,
The
minus
evaluation's
5.5.
Minus 5. Wait, but now your idea works, right?
No, it could be working, but Tan Zhongyi played knight c5 anyway. It probably more forcing,
Probably kind of the same, but better.
but better. Yeah.
Wait a second, knight c5.
Bishop takes.
She already did it?
No, it's just my hunch.
No, I thought
Oh, rook d4,
maybe
yeah.
This.
But you cannot take. There's
I
rook
can.
f2 though.
I can.
But bishop c5 right
Rook
away.
f2.
Yeah, bishop
Bishop
c5.
takes c5. It's super tricky, in fact. Bishop c5, and you would think it's a great trick, but there is queen c5, right? Queen takes and rook takes
Okay,
rook.
yeah, this is not what we want.
This is.
Let's see
yeah.
it again. So
Plays
knight
knight
c5 if takes,
You
okay.
just take back with the bishop.
Yeah. And I think e3 is forced. Oh, but f3 is hanging.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
pretty much almost game
So
over
king
done.
h2 was the terrible mistake, leaving the rook unprotected, and then after knight c5 everything falls apart. it
Yeah,
seems.
you're winning a piece at least after this knight c5. Oh my gosh, this is a resignable position.
Absolutely, move 22. That's what I was talking about. The position was so bad that there won't be any time trouble.
And
because,
you're right, it could be miniature. They're move
knight takes,
22 right
bishop
now.
takes, and there
Nothing?
isn't even, the way to somehow stay in the game. Yeah, there is no such thing as stay in the game. You just lose a piece. Rook
And-
e3, I was thinking, being clever, but yeah, like even the rook on e8 is protected with the queen.
Yeah.
You can take with the queen. You can take with the rook because queen d4 is impossible anyway.
And
Yeah,
if you don't take
that's
c5, you take b3 and take d4 after that.
Yeah. Queen
Wow.
b1, b1.
Still, you
Knight
take b3.
Rook b3.
Take on
Finally,
d4.
you take d4, and in this line,
Take
it
e2.
is just a checkmate. Yeah,
My
check.
gosh.
Wow,
It's
wow.
a brutal finish for Tsolakidou.
Yeah, so Tan Zhongyi will, this way, will
Secured the second
secure
place.
the second with a bang. But for Tsolakidou, it will be a bit of pill to swallow, because in case Assaubayeva wins, Tsolakidou will be pushed out of the top 3, where she spent most of the tournament. She had a fantastic tournament, Stavroula.
I have yet to check, actually, in the case if Tsolakidou somehow wins this round, could she be getting the GM norm? But I haven't checked that.
But how do you win this?
No, I mean before this happens, yeah, like coming into the last round.
Did she have a chance?
Yeah,
for
did she
GM
have a
norm,
chance
you
for
know?
the GM
Yeah.
norm?
Okay, just checking this game as well. Elisabeth Paehtz with Divya Deshmukh also playing. Yeah, bishop d5, knight to e5 was played, and knight to b3. Wow, that's a tricky trick. What do you do? You can't play b6, can you?
All right, I'm still trying to understand what is going on in this position.
c5 is hanging.
Yeah.
Okay, let me. c5 is hanging. If you go rook c8, as funny as it is, bishop b7 might work.
Okay.
Maybe it doesn't, right? I know. If I go here.
But how bad of a position it is to give up the exchange? I mean, instead of rook c8, just play b6. And I think you can actually control all the light square.
My argument is this one is better version, because the knight cannot move. Knight c5, it's rook check.
Yeah,
Rook check.
I mean, in any case of sacrificing the exchange, it's not a worst case for Divya. That's what I meant. Like, you can totally give up the exchange in any scenario.
No, but black is better for sure.
Like, even if
Yes,
you play
yeah,
b6
I
here.
understand you're saying she can play b6, but maybe after rook c8, white cannot take at all, because then it's unclear how you continue from here. If bishop c8 just loses, and knight a5, rook c7 is also not impressive.
I think you can even afford
Or
taking
rook
b2
b8, yeah,
something.
taking rook b8. So good, has to be good position for Divya. And let's see. From the camera view, I thought that Divya has played a move, but I'm not getting it yet.
Yes, it's rook a c8.
Rook a c8. So what does it mean? Can I take a5 now?
I think b6 has to be played. Probably just trying to hit the knight back by playing bishop a4. I don't know what does it do, but it looks like...
Looks a bit random what we are doing. Because the knight, I think after it captured the pawn, it actually kind of wants to go back to e4, which was the original plan, right?
Or can you throw
we'll
in e6 first, so that the bishop moves away? I mean, after b6, knight b3, e6...
Okay.
Yeah, bishop g2.
Still, yeah. This wants to go here.
Or what about like b5 now? Maybe that's what
Yeah,
Divya has
maybe
in
that's
mind.
the whole point, so that we go b6, here, e6,
And
here,
b5.
and b5, yeah. Trying to open the position up.
Because the king is
King
it's not safe in
a
anywhere.
terrible position. Like, honestly, everything is like white is a pawn up, but everything is terribly placed. So black gets some relatively unexpected attack in the endgame. Then yes, if it's dangerous to take on a5, that means...
What else,
That means, the next move, black's going to play b6 and just control everything. Or go a4 and b5 anyway.
That looks like...
So that's the last moment, I think, was when this game is quiet.
Yeah, but since there's nothing else in the Elisabeth's idea, you know, knight a5 is kind of forced. I mean, you don't win anything. If you don't win any material, then your position is almost lost anyway. So knight takes a5, trying to get somehow some compensation. Although, looks like, of course, black is ready to create some attack there.
We'll check quickly Goryachkina's game against Salimova.
The queens have finally traded off.
Yeah, the queens have traded off. I'm not sure if all this dancing with the knight was to Goryachkina's benefit. To be honest, I mean, what was the problem with trading the queens on c6? Because the knight on e4 is not doing an awful lot, right? Rook d7.
Probably
and it's
net
still,
c3,
it's
yes.
still an equal position, of course. Yeah, so we expect a draw.
Please go back to Tsolakidou, Tan Zhongyi, because we have a
that's
resignation
the
there.
That is the end,
Yes.
and Tan Zhongyi wins her game.
And
So
secured the second
after
place.
King h2, knight c5 was played. Yeah, secured the second place. Well, and if Goryachkina goes crazy and somehow manages to lose this drawish position, then Tan Zhongyi will be tied for the first. So how many points does she have? Can you...
Who?
Tan Zhongyi.
Oh, Tan Zhongyi. 6.5.
6.5, so it's +4. She won 5 games, but she lost to Goryachkina. Goryachkina won 5, but she didn't lose a single one,
Yep.
right? So
Yeah. It's not a very hard job for Goryachkina to make a draw in the current position.
yeah. And then then let's check again Assaubayeva with Munguntuul. b4, knight to e6, bishop b6, rook to
d7.
d7 was played. Right, rook to d7. Now the b4 pawn is hanging. You have, I guess, 2 options. To go b5
Or c5.
or to go c5.
Probably this is the moment when you play c5, because remember in our previous variation, c5 wasn't possible because the bishop on e3 was kind of restricted there. But Assaubayeva just played something else. It's knight d
d to
e4.
e4. I also thought about this. So you're using the fact that the rook on d7 is hanging, so knight cannot take. If black decides to take here and maybe trade e4 and eventually take b4, let's say in this fashion, then white would have rook d7.
Yes.
I think, even though black is a pawn up, maybe
White has the activity.
Maybe white's not that worried. However, this could be a draw. It's hard to tell, right? Bishop takes, and rook takes.
But
b7.
white still is better in this position, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that I'm not 100% sure.
Rook takes... rook takes d1,
Rook
not
takes
d2.
d1, yeah.
No, there's some glitch in this. Another glitch in
It's
all
another
those
one
games.
of those. Please no. Please no. Please fix.
Because
the
in
PGN.
in the PGN it's rook d2. And then, of course, it's rook d1. Rook d1, rook takes d1.
Yeah, and we are laughing for you guys. Maybe you've missed this, but we had, I think it was Munguntuul Goryachkina.
Every game,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, which was but 15 moves long. It was like the exact same position as in the game with the other side to move.
Yes.
Up to the point when, let's say, if Goryachkina was to move, she would checkmate in 1, right? And it was showing, okay, that's an actual game. So we really, really don't want to see this. No, it's even worse My PGN says rook to d5, rook to d2.
Oh yeah,
to
rook d5
and
actually.
rook to d1.
Yeah.
Please no.
Okay, can we reconstruct that? Rook takes
Uh,
d1.
Rook takes d1.
Rook takes d1,
of course,
and I
that's-
think in the board it's knight takes
that's what
e4.
Knight e4, yeah.
So probably we'll challenge the bishop on b6 with bishop d8 next move.
That's your thinking, is what they're planning to do. I don't know if it's ever makes sense to take with the bishop, but yeah, for now let's say knight takes, bishop d8, and then how about like great positional understanding? How about creating triple pawns?
Wow.
I'm actually serious because it's tricky, right? Bishop e4, bishop e4,
rook d8.
rook d8. Yeah, but this is where great positional understanding shines. The knight cannot move, from what I see. I don't know if it's any good for white, but it's fun.
I don't think so. I'll just play king
funny.
f8 going to d6, and now my knight moves because otherwise there might be bishop c6 sacrifice.
Yeah.
And nothing can stop king d6 to happen.
Yeah, king goes there. Okay, it didn't work. It didn't work. Well, okay, now we have no choice but to leave this game because it has this wrong PGN thing. Paehtz with Divya. Wait a second.
Oh,
So what's happening? Knight a5, b6, knight b3, b5.
And knight f5 again.
Knight back to a5 to defend c4. She didn't play e6. She
I almost had a
can't.
shock there. Looking at the current position, I thought Divya just played b5
B5 immediately,
without
yeah.
inserting b6 because
No,
that
no,
would be
B5,
wrong.
B6. So what's here? Because one crazy idea that I had was, okay, let's say e6, bishop goes somewhere. And I was thinking about, no, this is
That's too much.
This is too much. Yeah, bishop takes, rook takes. There is b4. Take there.
Which is still fine for black, but
Nah, I don't think so. Like
But
that,
if
we
you want-
give up too much material. Nah.
but if you want to move your rook, could it be just via b8?
So let's say go e6 and go rook b8, and then
I don't know whether e6 has to be included.
Yeah,
Maybe it
maybe.
is okay, but the idea is just rook b8 and then
just move the bishop away so it doesn't protect
Sure,
c4.
yes,
That was
e6
my-
then
that
it's
was
good.
my idea.
yeah, e6, bishop e4, bishop g2, and then
Somewhere
Mhm.
right, and rook
And rook
b8, and we are threatening to take and take b2. Just
b3.
realize there is b3. Yeah, but I still take, right?
I have to take with the d pawn, yeah?
Yeah, b takes, loses to rook b2, so d takes. Well, actually, this knight is kind of hanging in the air, but it's also not that easy to attack it.
How do you like bishop a4?
Yeah, I thought of it, but
But there's rook b1 as well. It looks a bit
there's
artificial.
Knight d3 also. Because strangely, like, the more stuff we exchange, like, white's position
Yeah.
starts to make sense.
The
right?
easier it is for white
Yeah.
to consolidate. Okay, so what to do then?
I also feel like there should be some way of
Rook
breaking
b8
through.
is on the board.
Rook b8 immediately, okay, without e6, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Rook b8, wait a second, after b3, maybe the reason she's not playing e6, because she would have rook f6 and rook a6, to kind of provoking these pieces to move. And sometimes you double on the b file, sometimes you just go rook a6,
Rook b1. Elisabeth played quite fast there.
rook b8, rook to b1. Here I was thinking of what I thought was a funny move, which is b4. Like a b4, I'm guessing.
And rook takes.
Rook takes b4, yeah, and I'm trying to tell that this knight is in trouble, but maybe it's not real.
Maybe it is.
it's not real. Yeah, well, you have knight c2 and then b4. Nah, something is off. Something is off. And by the way, the evaluation, the computer evaluation, what do you call it? The evaluation bar, okay, shows zeros. It was much better. Remember, it was much better for Divya up to -1, and now it's zeros. And maybe this whole plan with sacrificing a5 is not that good at the end.
Yeah, I had a feeling it's better to sacrifice the exchange than the pawn in this position, because at least you're gonna get all your light squares with your bishop. So, yeah, we'll see. Usually Elisabeth, would be able to find a comeback. Because she was pretty much worse almost the whole time of this game. Let's quickly check what happened in Salimova versus Goryachkina before we take the next break. Nothing happened?
Not much happens. Well, I dare to say that white is slightly more comfortable.
White, yeah? Because of
White,
the rook.
yeah, because of, well, rook is a bit more active, but also I guess the king has more impact. Like if you go king f3, you attack the knight, right? The knight has to be defended or something. So who's to move? Yeah, it's black to move. Because with white, I was thinking maybe I go rook c7, just not attacking anything, just taking away these two squares. You know, rook c7, then king f3, so the knight is hanging. I understand it's like very silly to discuss. We are talking not even 1/10 of a pawn, but like some fractions, 0.5 advantages. But yeah, but like if you get to choose, you say it's a draw, but if anything, I play with white. That's my thinking.
So what could she have done better in order to get this type of position, like trading the queens? Maybe it was not the right timing for her to exchange it.
I still don't understand why not this, and after rook d7.
Rook e7 now.
Wait a second. Maybe I'm silly. Because here the difference in the king strength is even more important, right? f6, king e4 here, king d4, and it starts.
b6
like
is there?
Some dancing, right? b6, knight here, king e6,
knight c4,
knight
yeah.
here. Yeah, it should be a draw, of course. Yes, you have knight c6,
Knight c6,
check,
yes.
then b5. But I can see why you don't go for this line. I can see why you don't go for this line. And by the way, yeah, like after knight e3, knight c3 played by Goryachkina, hitting a2.
So what should white do? So if white saves the pawn, then there would be some other move.
After a3.
Like probably just keep hitting the pawn. Like if a3, knight b1 until one of them is traded.
Yeah, but this is where you can counter-attack black's pawn, maybe.
Takes and b4.
Bigger rook e6.
Rook e6 also.
Takes and b4.
Yeah, not comfortable there.
B6,
Maybe
and your knight's on a3, right?
a3 is on the board.
Yeah, so c3, a3.
And even though Salimova is down to 10 minutes right now, the few moves, she just has to make another 6 more moves.
34, yeah. So this is not a real-time trouble. This is not a real-time trouble. Like if things go bad for you, you go knight d5 and you just make a draw.
All right. And there's still no move on the game between Paehtz versus Divya after rook b1, and
Assaubayeva.
the other one is still not big fixed yet.
We cannot fix it, and therefore we cannot check it. Again, for those of you who didn't hear our little rant, we have a PGN transmission error, and in reality what happens is
I have no idea.
Exchange.
There's some exchange on d8 as well.
Yeah.
And I think the king and the pawn already on the g file. I mean g7 on the 7 rank. So
This, and this. That's my version of what the position looks like.
okay.
But we will have to wait for it to be fixed.
Yes. Okay, I think it's the right time for us to take our break while one of the PGN is getting fixed. The other ones also are still not updating yet. They are still thinking. So stay tuned to 3 games are still ongoing, and we will be back after the break.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone. Today is the final round of the second leg of the FIDE Women Grand Prix here in Shymkent, Kazakhstan. And 3 games are still ongoing. While the other 2 already finished, we had a draw between Koneru versus Lagno, and Tsolakidou lost to Tan Zhongyi in the last round, and therefore secured Tan the second place.
Yeah, let's dive into it, because the 3 games that are still going are very, very close to a time trouble stage. In some games, it doesn't really matter. Salimova with Goryachkina, nothing changed much, and it's just an equal position. But Assaubayeva and Munguntuul, and especially Paehtz against Divya, there can be some sharpness. If you remember, there was a PGN error in this game, Assaubayeva against Munguntuul, so it was restored finally. Knight e4, rook e8, c5. This is the... oh well. Actually, we are repeating moves here. So rook e7, white goes bishop d8. I wonder if black could take it, could think of taking it, because I was kind of, my first intention was to say that it's balanced, black has a pawn, white has the open file, but you know, open files are coming and going, and the pawn is a pawn. So the bishop d8, I would at least try to take. I don't think black is risking anything being a pawn up. But also, how do you activate the rook?
Exactly.
Yeah, like g6 with the idea to play f5 maybe, but then wait, even
there's
this,
knight d6 too, yeah.
Even this is
even
yeah,
that
knight d6 drops c5 pawn, yeah. So
or also white can be very slow, playing e3 and then put the king on c4 and then knight d6.
Yeah, but then f5. Right?
Oh, immediately, right?
F5 immediately. No, I think like after an immediate g6, knight f6 secures you a draw, and that's what you do. Check and back to f6 and back to e8.
Yeah,
Bishop
and
e7,
bishop d8 is already on the board, so this is now up to Munguntuul. Bibisara already made, I think, her 3rd repetition, probably,
no,
or second.
It's the second time the bishop is on d8, so it has to be rook e8.
Rook e8 is already
bishop
there.
d6, and then yeah, after rook e8, Bibisara can claim a draw.
Yes.
She can claim a draw, and
she's looking at this score sheet right now.
Look, this draw would mean she's tied for the 3rd place.
The 3rd place, yes.
4th place with... wait, and she decided to just play bishop b6.
Yeah, I think...
kind of saying, you know what, I'm not afraid of you. Yeah, bishop b6, and rightly so, because rook d7 is a big threat. I don't think like anyone can deviate here. If anyone, it could be white who deviates from the threefold repetition, because...
And there you go, there's a claim to the arbiter.
There's a claim of a draw after supposedly
bishop
rook
b6,
e7. Rook e7 is...
yeah, the last move, bishop b6, yeah. If
yeah, you write down rook e7 on your score sheet, you inform the arbiter, if I play rook e7, it's
the 4th, actually.
Whatever. 3 is enough. 3 is enough.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah, this game is a draw. We just have to wait for official confirmation.
This is the first draw by Munguntuul, finally.
Yeah. It's the first draw by Munguntuul, and she might escape the last place, because Paehtz is once again in trouble, it seems. So we are back to the game between Paehtz and... yeah, okay.
And there
here,
is
this
the
one's
official.
Yeah, so let's just show.
So we have the 3rd game finish between Assaubayeva versus Munguntuul that ended with a draw. And now let's stick to this game, Paehtz versus Divya, because it was a kind of looking like a winning or almost winning position for Divya, but now, what is the evaluation?
Rook h8, well, it's somehow around equal. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, it says zeros. Gf4. Black is threatening rook h2, I'm guessing.
It looks like white is in trouble right now, but how is it looking? But probably you have to play rook f2 first, yeah, to stop rook h2.
Yeah, you can play rook f2, be a bit passive, but keep an extra pawn. Or one other thing that I thought you could do is go rook h1. Then black, let's say, takes here.
Takes with the knight, yeah?
With the knight. Knight takes, bishop takes. Oh wait, nah, this is not a great idea.
Oh,
Well,
it's fine.
It depends, right? Because this is unlikely to be winning for black, like rook b1 and exchange, right? And if you don't exchange, white has counterplay of his own with rook h5, and some pawns are weak as well.
But Paehtz chose to play rook f2.
Rook f2, and the valuation shifted in black's
Ooh,
favor. So
so rook
apparently rook h1 going for an active counterplay was better. Because now I'm still not sure why b4 is not strong. Let's just go b4. White is so passive.
There is knight b7 maybe? Just maybe.
Or knight b7, but you're running into a pin this way, right?
Yeah. But I don't know what else.
Pawn takes, and something on c6. Not sure if it's a bishop or a knight. Let's say bishop c6.
Takes, rook b6 or rook b5.
Rook b5, you can unpin yourself. Yeah, rook b5. We'll see. Yeah, let's not forget there is e6 and takes c4 as well. e6, bishop e4. The bishop is beautiful on e4 now, but after this capture, if you trade the knights, then rook b3 is incredibly annoying move. Like, seriously. Like, rook b8 is coming. If you play bishop c2, it's rook e3 check. And bishop c6, and this whole, you know, this mass of black pawns will just start rolling over you.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, tough situation for Elisabeth now.
Goryachkina's game just reached move 40, so
and nothing much happening
let's
there.
quickly check what is there. No, okay, you say nothing happened. They got rid of the queen side entirely. So after knight c3, a3, knight b1, rook a7, rook e6, a4, traded all the pawns. That they've reached move 40. I think
they're gonna go on the next move.
Yeah, they can just like play a move, agree, and
I think there might be some draw offer there, or they will just repeat this. Rook b7 is on the board, like
yeah, rook b8, king h7, rook b7, and yeah, like you can go king g8 among other things. Other things being, don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, if you go f6, rook d7, are you in trouble? No, still rook e4, right? I mean, if you move the knight and allow knight f5 to happen, this is where you're in trouble, right? This is where you're in trouble.
We can stick to this one because it's gonna... The other one will take some time to finish, of course, but this is the second last game to finish, and this is...
That's a championship game.
It is.
Yeah,
It
it seems like
game.
a calm draw start to finish, but it's a very important game for Aleksandra Goryachkina because her closest rival Tan Zhongyi won, and she needs this draw now in order to secure the title.
Which one would you rather play here, king g6 or king g8?
I don't know, king g6, not very safe. Knight d5,
King
checks.
g8,
Yeah,
yes.
king g8.
It's already played, and I don't know whether they will repeat the moves or any of them would offer the draw because they already passed move 40, so technically they can make a draw offer.
Maybe they're not planning to offer a draw. Maybe White's
That's just repeating
maybe
the move,
White's
yeah?
playing for a win. How do you know?
Yeah, king g8 is already on the board. How to play for a win in this position?
I don't know. It's not about the position, it's about, let's say, your fighting spirit and the will to play for a win. Yeah, what looked to be like a very, very long round. Well, originally when they've played the openings, I thought, okay, that will be a long day in the office, but now everything finishes one by one. Goryachkina's game will be a draw anytime soon, and Paehtz Divya can be decided in a time trouble. So surprisingly, the last round could be a very short one, in fact. All right. I mean, on the other hand,
let's see.
let's not
Divya's
forget
game.
that Salimova has here like more than half an hour. If she wants to think, let's move to the game where action is actually taking place.
And Divya is under 3 minutes right now.
Rook f2, and she played rook h6, which is too slow. She absolutely had to go for this e6 and simplifications. Now, yeah, evaluation is back to equal.
Maybe there's a move like b4. Yeah.
b4 is something I would like to play.
Is there any drawback to that move?
Don't know yet.
Oh, the video shows is rook b8. Okay, let's come back to Goryachkina's game just to show.
Yeah, we don't need a board, an
We don't need a
analysis
board.
board, to be
And
honest. Yes, we know it's a repetition. We've already shown it.
Well,
And it is a draw,
congratulations
and congratulations
to
to Aleksandra
Goryachkina.
Goryachkina.
For being clear first in the second leg of the Women Grand Prix here, and therefore not only that she has 18,000 euros as the first prize money here, but also 130 Women Grand Prix points, which is very important to secure her place in the candidates. So
Yeah.
2 more legs for her to play. Did she play the last leg? I don't think so.
No, that's her first tournament, and it's a very, very good start. I thought that's a nice scenario. She wins this tournament. So starts with 2 draws and finishes in 2 draws. And but guess what? In the middle of these 2 draws, there were 5 straight wins. So, an incredible winning streak of 5 games in a row secures her the first place. So we know our podium names, players of the players on the podiums. It's
Yes.
Goryachkina first, Tan Zhongyi second,
and sharing.
the third is tie. For the third, we have a tie between Assaubayeva and Tsolakidou. One last game is still going after rook h6. Elisabeth Paehtz is thinking. Divya is down to less than 3 minutes. Let's move 33.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I like your b4, and I'm not even sure what black is supposed to do after it. What do you do? Do you still go like e6 take now?
But e6 defeats the purpose of rook h6, yeah? Because
Yeah.
you would like to switch
Yeah,
to the
you
other
probably
side.
switch the rook here then. Probably switch the rook here.
Okay, let me think. Oh, what about
Thinking overrated.
you put the rook back to f1 because there might be some idea.
Put the rook back to f1 so that you defend the b1
Yeah.
rook, right? Yeah, that's one option. To rook a6. I was even thinking of capturing this guy, but maybe
And after bishop takes.
the bishop takes to go. Nah, not great. I thought knight c4, but yeah. Yeah, rook f1, I guess. I guess it's rook f1. But Elisabeth is looking for an alternative. What could be an alternative? Is b3. The b3 rook a6 actually gets you into trouble, I guess, right?
Yeah, you gotta save that knight somehow. Oh, what about knight b7?
Knight b7. Yeah, okay. Knight b7. Pawn
Okay.
takes pawn.
I think you have to take with. Oh, but you can simply take c4 if you
Yeah, the
want to.
question is like
Knight takes
you
c5.
either take c5 or take c4. Knight c5, I don't think it works nicely. Unless you go king d2 here.
No, you can
which
take.
you might.
You can take. There is bishop e4.
Yeah, but
I mean, you're always under
you kind of
pressure.
can take, but also it's scary. I don't know if you ask me. It's kind of scary. So bishop takes, rook b3. This is. I don't think we hold. No.
Yeah, this looks.
d3 is coming. Knight c4. Everything.
This looks
Yeah, no,
terrible for white.
No, I don't think we have to look for any other move but b4. If it works, it's kind of. It has this right feeling to it, you know. So that you get rid of the b2 pawn, you defend the knight, you actually create some tension that you might be taking on c5 next move. Okay. So far we have 3 draws and a win for Tan. And this could be, I guess, anybody's game.
Yeah,
it's not
I think
impossible
it's the
that
result.
Elizabeth wins.
And also judging from the time situation, moves will come very fast here because they still have to make 7 more moves each, and especially Divya is now below 3 minutes. So while waiting for Elisabeth to play, what is your biggest impression of this Women Grand Prix here in Shymkent?
Well, I'm impressed that Goryachkina is still like a beast, a monster.
Undefeated, by the way, yeah.
Because, you'd expect, or rather, I knew there are like new players like Assaubayeva, like Tsolakidou. I know they are getting better and better day after day. Divya as well. And it turns out Goryachkina on a good day or a good tournament, good week, still very dominant, very impressive. And then it's not a new thing, but kind of a reminder once again how tiring the tournament can be. Even for me as the commentator, but for the players, there is a noticeable difference. Like this last games, there is much less of, how to say it, like long games, long intense games, simply because everyone is so tired, and then if something goes wrong, it goes wrong entirely. So the only, and I want to say like very impressive Conte example was this game between Divya and Stavroula yesterday, which was like a very intense start to finish. Well, not without a mistake, but still like amazing game.
Amazing, yep. And
B4 played down to 7 minutes. Elisabeth down to 7 minutes, and Divya doesn't really. Looks like she's surprised. She did not prepare an answer to B4, which is
surprising too.
Which is surprising, if you ask me. Yeah, because that's like one of the first moves you check. What I actually do after B4.
Yeah.
How bad would be to just take? I guess knight takes, right? And take with the knight.
And bishop takes. I think you have to give up one of your pawns there.
Bishop takes. I wasn't sure because this is strangely also possible.
Yeah.
And rook a6, some b5. I don't know. I'm not very happy about how my king looks, but like the structure improves so much. Like now I might be having a dangerous pawn, and then rook a3, maybe I go king f1, king g2, free the rook. Even this is not impossible. But also you're right, like if I want to be safe, I just take like this, I take with the bishop. Black probably goes like rook b6, something, and then I activate the rook. We trade on b4, rook goes to h5, yeah, white is out of danger.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if somehow this game has fizzled out and then they make lots of trades and eventually a draw. Rook a6.
Let's see, rook a6 swings the rook there, as was originally planned, we believe.
Yes.
White is better, believe it or not, after rook a6. I do not know what move white has to play, but yeah, computer says white is better here.
I think we discussed rook f1, yeah? Rook ff1.
Yeah, there was rook f1. So what? After rook f1, what can black do?
The thing is, I want to take c4 back with the other pawn, not with the knight.
So you just take take his back with the pawn?
Which was not possible if the rook was on f2, because rook takes a5 is there.
Yeah, you take with the pawn, or even with the bishop and the... No, if you take with the bishop and a pawn, then it's a check on e6 and rook e3.
Well, doesn't look... And, okay, yeah, there's
you can take
too.
with the bishop and the knight, maybe.
Yeah.
a3 is defended and e3 is defended.
But I think it's important to include the rook there, to f1. Otherwise, what else can white do in this position?
Not clear.
Or can white play a move like knight b3?
Knight b3 or knight b7 attacking c5, yeah?
Something like that.
I thought of it. and somehow I did not come
Oh,
to
you give a
any-
check, yeah, maybe.
Did not come to any conclusion. Yeah, but checking f1 and king is not unhappy to hide on g2. It's still very messy, to be honest.
So should we take on c4 first then? In this position, bc4? If bishop takes c4, maybe I can keep taking it and then rook e3 and hoping that my position is better. Oh, that one.
Knight d7, I don't know.
But there's
what's
rook
going on.
a2.
Knight d7, rook a2, king e1, the knight's hanging, the rook's hanging. Too much.
Too much.
Too much. Let them figure it out.
Okay, so a little over 4
Yeah,
minutes
I
for
like
Elisabeth.
rook f1 because it's kind of safe and
Principle too.
recreates recreates the harmony. After rook h8, you can go rook h1 and so on.
Yeah, so Elisabeth, okay, 4 minutes, and so many things to calculate for such a short time. At first, of course, you have to calculate all of these captures with the pawns and probably knight moves, and maybe you will come to the conclusion that, oh, I'm playing without my rook here.
Rook
h2.
Rook h2.
That's not the move
Wait a second.
that I was thinking
Rook
about.
h2.
But now bc4.
bc4.
Oh, maybe trying to
No,
get...
wait. bc4, it's knight c4, right? You're not winning a piece. Knight takes, bishop takes. And when you go rook a3, this is the moment you don't have checks. So there is
No.
rook h1.
Yeah, I guess actually you can take it with the pawn and trying to tease your opponent to take on a5, but then you have this rook b h1. If rook a5, rook b h1.
But are you sure it's a checkmate? Because I
maybe
wasn't.
not. Okay, let's try.
Maybe it is a checkmate.
It's not. Probably not a checkmate, but you might get the
Check.
rook,
Okay, if
and
I
then
go
rook.
here,
The other rook goes.
check, and I go.
If king g5 at least is perpetual.
It is, yeah, but knight g6.
And then rook f7.
Rook f7, king e5, rook
And
h5.
takes-
No, rook h5 will run away.
Takes, yeah.
Takes, but then did you study Munguntuul Salimova game?
I cannot
I don't
take,
know.
yeah?
I don't know. Yeah,
Just
you,
king
you go to
d2.
d2. Yeah, I was hinting
Ah,
at
you mean
me
that
having
one.
king d4, but yeah, but maybe it's not as cool because king d4 there'll be rook f4 check. Anyway, it's a crazy
Yeah.
position.
But c
Rook
takes
h2,
b4.
she
is
takes on
already
b4 first, which might
Rook
be
h2.
might be a clever thing. But you know what? You can still go after this idea. You
Yeah.
can always go rook h1. You don't have to. You can take this first.
Because now
Maybe.
this idea of yours with king d4 is no longer applied
But,
because there's
I don't see how we reached this position now. Because remember what it was.
it was with the dc, that's why there was this idea with d3 king d4, but now
Now it's a check. Now we cannot go like this.
yeah.
With white.
So you have to go right away if you want to have this, yeah?
CB4, it's either you go here or after AB4, BC4, you can still try to take with the bishop and the knight. Ah, wait. I'm doing silly things. When you take with the bishop, this is the moment to take on A5. Yeah? So I have to take with the knight right here. And then it's a check.
And
I
then knight
have to
d2
block,
or rook
but,
b2.
Knight d2. Somehow I'm not happy. Ah, wait.
It's okay.
I am happy. I'm attacking
Yes.
the rook, yeah.
And also you save this idea of rook b h1 in this position after this. Wow, okay, still 3-result game in this one. I believe Elisabeth must be thinking whether rook b h1 is the perfect timing to play or not in this position.
Okay, let's be cool.
Okay.
Rook h1, rook a5. Is there a chance for more than a perpetual for white? Okay. Let's say with black, I don't want to play. I just want my draw.
She took first.
I just no.
Yeah.
I don't think there is anything. Yes.
No, I
it's
don't
just,
think-
just checks. Yeah.
Because black is in time to sacrifice any of the pieces back on g4, let's say, just to create more square for the king. Okay, they've been playing very fast now. AB and then BC.
AB4,
And knight takes c4. This is like the line that you showed before.
BC4, knight c4. Yeah.
Avoiding any complication maybe.
So now
yeah.
after this check, there is knight d2. I'd say I keep the rook on the second rank, maybe?
At the very least, there's bishop b3, maybe?
Yeah, you have... No, bishop b3, it's this
Oh,
and
shit,
this.
yes, sorry. It's not, yeah, it's
That's
not what
a
I
trick.
want. That's a trick there.
That's a trick, yeah.
So
but,
bishop stays
but
on
still,
d5.
after rook h1, I'm actually somewhat worried with black. Because before that, this attack happened when I was a piece up on the queen side. Now it's equal material, and all of a sudden white's attacking.
Okay, so let's be naive here and take on b4.
But
And find if there's anything better than perpetual for black. Okay, king there looks dangerous, but probably it's fine. Because there, check, and then come there. Or maybe you can win the e5 knight, can you?
give this check, king g7.
And then king g7.
No.
What just happened? Still no move yet, right?
Knight c4 is what I have. What?
Divya was playing a move with 2 seconds left or 1 second left.
What?
That's why, you see all this mess on the board.
So she
Imagine
decided,
losing this game.
Wait a second.
On time.
What happened? What are the moves? Knight c4, she captured on c4.
Yeah, I think just out of panic, because...
But then, after bishop takes, isn't white just like better?
I think so too.
Consolidated.
Okay, rook h6 maybe now, yeah? But even if rook h6...
No, rook h6 is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, white has two passed pawns.
Yeah.
White has 2 passed pawns.
Miro, are we
c4.
going to see Elisabeth's first win?
Very likely, to be honest. Looking from, let's say, the scenario this game goes, right?
Yeah. White is
Okay.
slightly better. I think for the first time in this game, probably white is better.
Yeah.
And
And
yeah,
I
sure.
don't even know what move are you playing.
Yeah, bishop c4 is already on the board,
Bishop
and
c4 is on the board.
rook b6. Rook
Rook to
a b6.
b6, but this is like
No.
a perfect time to go here, right?
Exactly.
Rook b4, and let's find out if it's more than a perpetual.
Oh, by the way, if you play king f8, yeah, rook
bad,
f7.
Right? King f8 is bad, so I have to go to the 6th rank. I guess doesn't matter where I go. Check. I end up on g5.
At the very least, there's perpetual, but let's see if white has something more in this position. Because there's this check on the back rank too, the king might be in danger.
I don't see it. I think it's, yeah, it looks like a perpetual.
She doubled up the rook.
Rook here. Black has to take on b4.
I
Wait
think
a second,
so.
it's move 39,
39.
though. It's move 39. She's on seconds. It's very easy to panic.
Very,
It's
very
easy to panic.
Even
because-
I panic.
Wait, but on the other hand, even if you wanted to, let's say you don't want to take b4, you want to make your king safe. There is no move
No
to
move,
help the king.
no
Yeah,
choice.
so maybe you just take b4 because there is no other move.
And surrender your fate. It could be a draw, but also if you move anything's wrong. And okay, thankfully after...
She did take. Or
She did take. And rook h7 is on the board. And now Divya is on her last move to make to the time control. Phew,
you
know.
go by, I think you go by the method of elimination,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, now it's either king f6 or king g6.
King g6.
She played king g6, by the way.
This.
And king e5 stays safe.
Yeah, king e5 is safe, and actually black might be winning because he's also threatening a checkmate. I just thought that this could be... no, there is still no checkmate here.
Yeah.
You go to f5, right? Because
Okay.
if you go to f6, there is like a funny pattern. You go here, and you go here.
Wow.
And it is a checkmate.
It
I
is
mean,
a
so some
checkmate.
very strange checkmate. And yeah, and for those of you guys at home, let's just to illustrate, the moment white runs out of checks and say does something, black is the one delivers checkmate. Rook b1, rook b2, rook b1, and the other rook to b2. And what's the most impressive in this position is the evaluation is plus 0.2. I don't
Which
understand what
means-
it means. It's like either side is winning or it's a perpetual. How can it possibly be 0.2? Wait a second.
Probably this point
Can
too.
I somehow take this guy.
And rook b2 king f.
Check.
But doesn't work. You have another rook coming.
Check. I'm
yeah.
always checkmated, right?
No,
I actually had some like really no with such a king. Never mind. Yeah, rook e1. This is the line I have to show. Rook e1 would stop.
And rook b1.
But then yeah, rook b1, and we are still losing the h1 rook. Okay, but wait. Yeah, I get it. I cannot take e7 immediately. How about me first getting the rook on h5, so it's not hanging on h1?
Okay.
So I give 2 checks,
King.
and then if you're kind enough to go king g6, maybe this is where I take. Maybe this is where I take.
Okay,
because
let me give all the
now
checks.
that line works perfectly for me. I can even go king f2, right? Rook b2, rook e2. And I presume it could still be a draw, because my king is cut and you have bishop c6 attacking this, but
there's
the
a
game
chance.
kind of
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
on, right?
So let me see again how it
So it
goes.
was like this. I realized that in that long sequence I'm losing the h1 rook, and I said, how about I go to h6, and then I go to h5, and then I take e7 pawn. Maybe what you can do is go king f6. This is very confusing. Maybe you can go king f6.
I think Elisabeth played so quick here. I think she's just gonna take the repetition part, perhaps, or maybe.
That's move 41.
Yeah, but judging from her reaction,
king g5,
she's just gonna
check.
give in to the perpetual.
No, but she exactly follows a line the way she can take e7. So I'm not yet sure.
So
She can give 2 checks and then start thinking.
So it means in this position, king f6 or king g6, do they make any significant difference?
I don't think so, because after that I was taking the pawn anyway, right? So I can give a check and take. So this position happens. This position happens. Check here. I guess check. Maybe go rook e1 immediately. Check and check.
What if I give a check to e8 and then put my rook on e3 and then trying to get the f3 pawn?
But bishop d5, yeah.
And then, so bishop c6 first.
Yeah,
then.
bishop c6 is a different story. Bishop c6, but then again, rook f5. Yeah, but white wins the pawn. All I'm saying is like white wins the pawn. It could be a draw still. This one, by the way, I'm definitely not sure if it's a draw, because there is also d4. Like you give this check maybe and go like, don't even, yeah, you give more checks, right? Give more checks and
You can play rook e3, rook d4 and king
rook
g5.
e3, rook d4, king g5, maybe you win the lot. But
yeah,
this prolongs the game.
this has some chance for
You
white.
know, it has some potential to become rook and bishop against the rook. So all the good things. All the good things.
Yeah, king g6.
There is other worry for black that there is this, right? And the check, and king goes and the check. No, it's not a worry. It's actually king safe, and then white's in trouble. Yeah. One shouldn't play like this. Or maybe even f6. Maybe king f6 is even cooler. 0 checks.
Just to demonstrate that the king is so safe, it can be around the other pieces. Yeah, so it means if black doesn't want to take so much risk here, just play king f6, and then we go to this line with rook f7, king g6, rook takes e7, and playing this position with the pawn up, but still probably draw, but at least in that variation white has some chances. Is there anything else to think about? That's it, yeah?
I think that's it.
I'm still very tempted to find if there is any chance for white to make a checkmate. But yeah, there is this counter-attack, rook b2, rook b1.
So 3 squares and a checkmate threatening. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard. No, you go here. Okay, let's think again. So a check, king f1, and a check, and we said it it might not be important at all. So rook e1 or rook e2. You know what? In this position, white doesn't really have a check, so maybe you just go bishop c6 immediately. Maybe you go bishop c6 immediately, hitting this one. Rook f5. I don't know if it's any different. Bishop takes, rook takes,
And bishop g2.
you might still be yeah. And you have rook b2. No, I go here. Rook b2,
Rook b2, rook f1. Oh, but then the king g3. What is going on? Oh, I mean, takes the bishop.
Too
yes.
many things hanging.
Many things hanging there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Divya is thinking about like if it's king g6 or king f6. It's more of you pass the time control. A lot of stuff happen in the time control, so you kind of have you need a few minutes to sort of reflect.
King
g6 to g6. Okay. King to g6, inviting for this bishop f7 line, which we think is not correct because the king is escaping, but also making a capture on e7 possible.
Immediately, yeah.
So again, check here, check here. How do we make a draw?
Or
like,
maybe you should
like
just
draw, like a real draw.
Maybe you should just play king f2 so that all this variation with bishop c6 doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe white can, after this check, maybe white can just go king f2 and then block with the rook on e2. I'm not sure, maybe I give a check with the other rook, right? Because black is playing kind of for a draw only. Black is not trying to win.
So rook e2.
Rook takes, king takes. Your line was very close to a draw. What if we don't allow rook f5, yeah? Okay, another version. If I continue with checks and then go with the rook after this pawn.
Bishop
you
d5.
have bishop d5 and then you give bishop b4 a check. This could be the way to lose. This could be the way to lose. So interestingly, it could be almost like a forced line. Exchange the rooks, go bishop c6 and then play this 2 versus 1 pawns.
Elisabeth is looking like she's considering to just give a perpetual. Looks like it. I don't
that's
know.
why I think we are not going for a break
No,
right now.
no,
Let's
we
wait.
stay.
Let's wait. Like if the pawn on e7 is taken, then this is the moment where we can think of taking a break. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, we'll stay with this game. We'll wait for Elisabeth to play her next move. But look, lucky for her, she's no longer in danger here.
And also, don't be confused with the time, because they just gained 30 minutes each on the clock.
Yeah, the way it works, it will be fixed as soon as Elisabeth plays her next move. Right, so it has to run down to zeros, and then she plays a move, and the time's gonna be fixed. Only one decisive game so far. Once again, a reminder, Tan Zhongyi absolutely crushed Stavroula Tsolakidou after a very, very unlucky opening.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always... We never had 5 draws, yeah?
No.
And also never had 5 decisive
No,
games.
there's always at least one draw, there is always at least one decisive game. Closer towards the end, I think we tend to have more draws than at the start. At some point we had like 4 decisive results around, 3 decisive results around. Now it went down. Okay, so Elisabeth is calculating what to do next.
Because if I were her, I would be, of course, having this type of position. It feels like I have a second life after everything that happened in this game. So I would treasure it and then keep my ambition on and then play it for a win here, or at least trying to.
just to highlight that, yeah, this seems to be like threatening a checkmate. And yeah, to be fair, black can also play rook b6, but doesn't need to. The king is running away, but not too far.
And a checkmate.
Yeah, so you can't do it.
Yeah, so there's always this idea, so that's why white cannot really freely trying to checkmate black's king here.
Yeah. All he can do is capture e7. But also from, yeah, you're right. Like from the way Elisabeth's looking at the position, she does not look excited. She looks more of a like tired, and it's very hard, really. Like you had an awful tournament, and this game at some point looked really bad, and then you see the perpetual, it's there, and it's all over, right? So
And
let's see.
you also have probably some doubt to yourself coming into the last round with such a, well, not impressive performance. You know, you might be thinking, oh, whether I have
If I continue playing,
yeah, if I can continue playing, will I be
can
really
I,
winning
like,
this? You know?
Can I really? Yeah, well, the question is if you see yourself like somehow blundering and losing, because you can continue playing. If you didn't win, you still made a draw, and it doesn't really change much. Yeah. So again, yeah, but it's impossible to lose with white, right?
So yeah, she should try this.
Takes. Again, what was our best version of
King
it?
d2.
King D.
I don't
I'm
know
actually
what's wrong,
thinking,
King
why
F2.
did I go King D2? Should have gone King F2, in fact.
Yeah, because d3 is very protected. Yeah?
So after that, it's Rook F5, and after that, it's Bishop D5.
Oh, Rook d5.
Yeah, Rook D5 also, but I really like this one. So to put the bishop on E4, so everything
Caging
is protected.
caging the
is,
rook, yes.
The rook is trapped, yeah.
That's...
Rook D5, yeah, works as well. No, she absolutely has to try it. I think she absolutely has to try it. But then again, if you were to try it, you play it relatively quick, because you will need this time later on, right? So it doesn't make much sense. Like now she's on half hour, let's say. It doesn't make much sense to spend 20 minutes and then decide to play on. So the longer she thinks, I think the probability of this game finishing a draw kind of goes up.
But if she decides to take on e7, I think the next few moves will be very quick to happen as well.
Yeah, I'll see. So if we think, what was the best game of the tournament? Do we have a best game of the tournament? It's
Let
hard
me
to
check.
recall. I really liked Goryachkina's game against Tan, and I think this could be qualified as the best game of the tournament simply because the players involved, right? So that was a battle between first and second place. I think Tan was possibly leading this moment.
That was good, but also because Tan just made uncharacteristic mistake. Yeah, it was hardly a fight, I would say. Like after castle, everything was just...
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like it was a relatively easy win. But yeah,
Probably Bibisara against Stavroula. Remember this King's Indian with lots of preparation?
yeah, that was also. But like, yeah, people want the game of a tournament to be a victory. You know. Other than that, yes, I agree. If we are talking, let's say, high quality games, then yeah, Bibisara with Stavroula was one.
Okay, Lagno against Bibisara was also good. It was a good win.
It was a good win, yeah. So there've been quite a few. Nice wins. But I guess out of 5 wins that Goryachkina pulled, there should be one of a good quality.
Okay, so I'm looking at, yeah, the cross table might change a bit from the middle to the bottom there. after this game.
So wait, Koneru made the draw.
4.5. Divya,
If Divya makes a draw,
also
it's
4.5.
saying 4.5.
Lagno is already on 4. Salimova is on 3.5. And now, yeah, it's up to Munguntuul and Paehtz. I mean, Munguntuul is already 2.5. So if Paehtz drew, then they shared the last place. But if Paehtz won, then second last.
Clear last.
Yeah. What's your prediction? Will Elisabeth play on, or she just repeat the moves?
No, I think she's planning to play on. And we will. Yeah. Anyway, we have to wait for her next move. Imagine if it comes in half hour. that'd be commentators' mistake to stay and wait, but it's not a lot you can do. And once again, if we track it back a little bit, so Divya's position was dominant somewhere around this point, I think, yeah, where she could go e6, take on c4, and after the exchange of these knights, go rook c2. Sorry, why I still keep saying c2, b3. Because I'm thinking of bishop c2, that's why. Rook e3 is very serious, rook b8 is very serious as well.
Yeah, looks good to me.
Yeah, this looks nice. So she decided to go after this. Switching the rook on the 6th rank, but yeah, it did not really work out. Rook h1, and there you have it.
And rook.
Other rook to
h6.
h6. Wait a second. If you go other rook to h6, isn't it just a draw?
Could be. Rook king g7 only move, and
g7, rook h7,
rook h7,
king g6. It's the third time it's rook g. Is it?
No. It's still
it's the second time because the rook was on a different reply. So she plays it twice. So now it's repeated second time.
And remember
Rook
when king g6 happened, the rook was on h1 that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's not the third time.
I think she's
she
feeling
did
exhausted.
Play rook h6 once again. Yeah, I think we are witnessing the end of the last game of this tournament.
The rook is still on h7, by the way. King on g6. Okay, she has another thing here. I mean, she knows that she can just repeat, but this is probably her last chance.
I'm confused. I am confused because 1h6 rook h5. Yeah, you're correct. It's 2 times. Yeah, it's 2 times. Now, if Elisabeth goes one more time with rook h6 check, either rook to h6, then she will have to she'll be forced to repeat it. So now it's either rook e7 or a draw immediately.
And Divya is not on the board. Okay. Yeah. Seeing her facial expression, I'm trying to read her body language. Yeah, I think she's already giving in. Okay, come on, take the pawn.
Yeah.
I want this game to keep
to
playing
go on a little bit, right?
At least takes the pawn. Bit. It's the spirit, you know.
Down to 20 minutes. Yeah, but that's exactly what I was talking about. If he was planning to, you just take it after. Okay, I mean, you calculate, you make sure you're not getting checkmated, you make sure that there is like 0 risk of losing, and then you go for it. Because the more you spend the time, you kind of will just regret it later. Or, like alternatively, there is like some secret hidden trick that we both don't see, but I can't imagine what it could possibly be here. Check here. Some move like this or what?
I don't think so.
That's a good recipe to get in trouble, right? Like rook b1 and rook b2 is coming.
Yeah, it's a tough situation actually. So many things playing in your mind. It's not only about calculating the moves, but how confident are you playing this line? And probably after like an hour of trying, still the result would still be drawn. That's why.
So your argument is like she doesn't want to, let's say, go for it if it's still a draw.
Yes.
Because too tired, and yeah, I imagine, yeah, that's not a very successful tournament, long games, and you're exhausted. Yeah, so keep asking yourself how, let's say, is it worth it, right? Is it worth it, me trying for another hour and it will be draw in the end?
Yeah, it's not a pleasant feeling when you're having a game and then you have all these ideas in your mind, you know?
Double checking what was happening in this game. Yeah, Divya was like better in
Yeah, this idea,
few points.
sacrificing the pawn on a5, yeah, it's
yeah,
not.
here rook c8 we didn't really like. I think if anything, other rook to c8 was interesting, or the move that you suggested, just to go b6. Well, it's, you know, too calm to be to be real, like just to give an exchange. Because white would still control some light squares, like it will go f3 and then put the knight on e4. I understand black's probably, not only black is not worse, black's probably stronger side here. But by that point you're looking for something decisive. And I guess this kind of was decisive. Would she find this e6 and so on? But there you have it.
Still no move yet from Elisabeth.
Right. So it's a first tournament for Goryachkina. Is it the first tournament? Yeah, I guess it's first tournament for Goryachkina and Tan Zhongyi. Right. Because the winners in the first leg were Kashlinskaya, I think.
Yeah.
Bibisara and Stavroula, or
Yes.
Stavroula Bibisara. I don't quite
It means
remember.
that Stavroula is out of the podium finish, right? Or sharing.
She tied for third.
She tied. So how does it work? Who gets the bronze then? Or is it?
All shared, I think.
I know, but
yeah, well, like,
for medals.
Symbolically, you want to award. I don't know actually if you award bronze medals, because in this case, is everything shared? Maybe you have to have 2 bronze medals to award to both players. But other than that, I would guess the Sonneborg Berger, and then for me it'll be hard to. And I would bet on Bibisara, I think, in this case. I think I'd bet on Bibisara, having a higher Sonneborg Berger. So tell me,
It's
can
all
you
0-0.
check with the engine
I'm
if
checking.
rook e7 is good?
Rook e7. I mean, 4 moves are good there, but they're 0-0-0. So it's not even any slight advantage after
So
rook
after
takes
rook
e7.
e7, what's the line? Rook b2.
You know what? Black can actually play rook b1 if black wants to. And it's still 0-0. It's the same thing. After rook b1,
Yeah.
you're playing f2.
Yeah, anyway.
And then you
just
give a check on
give me the line.
b2,
Rook
yeah.
b2, rook e2.
You can even play king f1, it's fine too. King g1 also fine.
Yeah.
I mean, with the
Okay,
rook.
let's
get
go.
a rook.
Let's go. Rook e2,
Takes,
exchange
takes.
the rooks.
And here, black has 2 moves. Bishop c6 is one, and another one is rook b2 check.
Rook b2 check.
King, where do you go?
e1 maybe.
And bishop c6 is the
Bishop
only move.
c6, rook f5.
Oh, it's a draw.
Wow.
They agreed. for
Rook
a draw
7 to
here.
h6 check, and Elisabeth Paehtz takes the perpetual, takes another draw, and the tournament's officially over.
It is over, yes. I think it is also, well, probably she calculated everything and then decided, okay, I'm not going to prolong this game for another 30, 40 minutes and still a draw, so let's get over it now. But it was a very interesting match between these two because the evaluation keeps changing from time to time, especially when they're approaching the time trouble.
Yeah, it was an intense game, but I'm afraid with quite a lot of inaccuracies. So both players have, it depends like on your perspective, because after a game like this, some people are just happy because they say, okay, I made a lot of mistakes and it was up and down and luckily I finished with a draw. But some people, and I would be probably in the second camp, would blame yourself for not winning. Because you think, okay, your opponent make mistakes, that's why he or she's in front of me. They're supposed to make mistakes. But when I'm making mistake, it's unfair. It's injustice.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So let's see and remind ourselves what happened in the final round of the second leg of this Grand Prix. And we have 4 draws in this final round with only one decisive result, and that is Tan Zhongyi, the only winner of the final round.
Yeah, and what's interesting that if her game finished in a draw, it wouldn't change much for herself, and the only difference would be that Stavroula would take the third, and Bibisara would be clear fourth.
And let's see the cross table, the final cross table, who is the winner of this match or this tournament. Obviously, the first place is Aleksandra Goryachkina, clear first with 7 points out of 9 without any single loss.
Yeah, so she's the only one undefeated. Tan Zhongyi, same number of wins but lost to Goryachkina, 6.5 second, and then tied for the third are Tsolakidou and Assaubayeva. The only player without a single win is Elisabeth Paehtz.
Yep. It's interesting statistics we have of the outcome of this event. Miro, let's talk game by game. The first game to finish, it was the game between Koneru Humpy versus Lagno Kateryna, a very uneventful game, and they agreed to make a draw after like 1 hour or 90 minutes of the game.
Yeah, second and the only decisive game was Tan Zhongyi's victory over Stavroula Tsolakidou. And to be honest, wasn't much of a game. Stavroula really, mixed up things in the opening. There was one chance, I guess, where she could complicate matters with this G4 move that you've mentioned. She didn't play it, ended up in a bad position and blundered, so it was just not her day.
And also another uneventful game was between Assaubayeva versus Munguntuul. It ended with a draw. I think nothing much happened in the game, but definitely there was some interesting stuff going on, but both players proven to be very level.
Right. Salimova with Goryachkina, it's hard to tell, right? It was a draw, and if you just get yourself a PGN file and click through, it seems nothing was happening. But it felt tense, because everyone knew that Goryachkina needs a draw to win a tournament. Tan Zhongyi has already won by then, so it was a bit of a tension. But yeah, well played, draw at the end. Nothing to write home about.
Yes, and the last game to finish, it was quite a roller coaster game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Divya Deshmukh, which also ended with a draw, but that was such a fighting draw. I was so happy to witness all of the action, and I think it is time to wrap up all the tournament here. So congratulations, obviously, for the winner, Goryachkina, Tan Zhongyi, and time for the third place, Tsolakidou and Assaubayeva Bibisara. And I would like to also extend my thanks to the Kazakhstan Chess Federation with the collaboration with FIDE for making these things, this tournament happen. And thanks to all the sponsors, thanks to the production team and all the staff who are helping us in the broadcast to have a very smooth broadcast from start to the end. And last but not least, thank you, Miro.
Oh, thank you, Irene.
For always being a pleasant co-commentator.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so there were really enjoyable days here.
Yes.
So, as we said, we are happy that kind of the job is finished and we can have some rest, but also we are a little bit sad. It was a wonderful event. Thanks once again everyone who participated, who organized it, and made it happen. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for watching, and until the next event. Bye.